Good morning, good evening, and everything in between. How are we all today? Hello, everybody. How are we doing? How are things? Hello, everyone. How are things going? Oh my goodness, we have had a Becky. There it is. Oh god. So as you can see, something looks a little different today.
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
Thank you so much, Lucky, for the gifted. So yeah, as you guys can see, things are looking a little bit different today. I want to say thank you so much to Mama, who did this amazing thing for me.
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
Thank you so much, Mori, for the gifted. But yeah, we have new drip. I don't know how often I'm gonna use this one, but I knew I had to use it today because, you know, it's a special occasion. Not only are we on our final chapter, but the cover release today. So like, you know, I felt like it was needed. And so I messaged Mama and was like, Mama, can I please get you to do this for me? And she was like, of course. And I was like, can you do it with some different expressions? And she was like, of course. And then I was like, thank God. So we don't have a lot just because I didn't want to overload everything too fast. But for now, we do have just, you know, just our casual chatting. You're not getting kicked out. You're stuck with me forever. Also me 10 minutes later. Yeah, no, literally. Shura was like, boom, done. And I was like, oh my god, Mama cooked. But yeah, we have only a couple of different expressions. So we have just our regular, like, chatting one. And then I have my favorite one, which is absolutely just the smug one. I love this one. I'm so obsessed with this. Like, how can you not be, you know? And then we have stars because I'm so excited and I just you know, we're feeling the
excitement. I saw the cover, and if you ever say you are bad at singing again, I'm going to hit you with a chair.
Thank you so much, Choo. So, yeah, it was definitely a very exciting time. You'll also notice something very funny and exciting about my model when she wants to do it. I don't know how often they do it when I'm talking a lot. But I now blink. I can blink now, guys. The blinking is real. No, like that was timing. The blinking is a paid actor. Hello, Vipress. How are you today? I love that for you. I know. I was like, I need to try it out. Blink twice if you're gay. There you go. The delay on it. I have no control over when it blinks. I'm doing well. I've yet to sleep, so I'm finding you people to watch. Oh, it's so good to have you here. I hope you do manage to get some sleep, though. Oh my goodness. Is it late for you at the moment? Oh my goodness. Oh, and there's Cinder in the background making noise. What's she doing? Oh, she's in her box. She's been really loving her box the last few days. It's now 8 a.m. Oh my god. Holy shit. Yeah, alright. That's insane. It's like 8 p.m. here. But yeah, I know a lot of you have been curious. Cinder is, I want to say optimistically, she's getting better. We are basically just waiting over the next few days for any updates. As a few of you know... Oh, yep. Hey, Cian! Weeb says that they love you. She's in her box. She's having a time. She obviously got rushed into the vet clinic Saturday night, which Maury and I were in like VC when she did what happened. So it was really the funniest thing because I had to be like, I need to BRB for a second, and then message being like, I'm rushing her to the vets. But it was a scary couple of days, I will admit. I did not sleep Saturday, like, at all. I stayed up all night with her. And yeah, at the moment we're looking good. We're looking very good. And I do want to say thank you to everyone who really like supported us during this time, because it was scary. There was some very scary moments. I cried a lot the last couple of days, I'm not gonna lie. I was having a time, but without everyone's love and support through all of that, it would have probably gone very differently. And I am very grateful for you guys for really like coming together and helping us. And you know, now she's slowly getting back to silly again. Today she yelled at me, so like that's already like insane, because I spent the last few days without her like yelling at me. It was so strange. Saturday morning she was quiet and I was like, what the hell is happening? Where are your screams? But today she just yelled at me like it was nothing, and I was like, I think you're getting better. Go scream, girl, real. She's currently causing trouble though. But yeah, I'm really thank you for all of like your help and everything. And then like, oh my god, there's so much happening because the cover dropped today. That's insane. I started that back in like May or June, like end of May, start of June, and I teased the first teaser for it in April. So like, it's October now. It's October, and it's finally out today. Yeah, no, that was. Oh, bye friends! Thank you so much for the follow. Hi, Possum! We had a different cover first, but we got there. You are correct. And like, oh my god. Trying to learn JP for that cover was insane. Rai sat in a call with me for hours, for days, trying to go through the pronunciation for me. And as you guys know, I am Australian. I don't have the ability to do R's, like, case in point. R's, like, I can't R like other people can, so it was an insane time. I'm glad we figured it out in the end, because we did some workarounds. Oh, you love women visual novels? Yes, oh my god. Okay, so we are currently on the final chapter for this one today, but I do recommend play the whole game. It has some insane moments. Like, I cannot recommend this game enough. It is incredible. Like, I have been waiting all week for this. I'm going insane. Okay, good luck with your meeting, Lucky. Thank you so much for your support again. The way I already added it to my wish. Let's go! Oh man, you're gonna be in for a treat. We all nearly cried last week. It hits the emotional beat so well. And like, this is definitely from like Studio, this is my second favorite so far of all of their games. Like, and it is a close second. Like, Please Be Happy, like, is my favorite. This one is giving that a run for its money, which is insane. Last few streams, did the fruits get fruitier? Did the slow burn stop? It got sad. It got sad. They're still not fruit. They're fruitier, but they're also not. Also, I do want to show you guys something really cool. So firstly, you know how my hand is sitting like this? Well, it's actually toggle, like I can toggle it, which I'm really excited about. There is technically the other one too, but I didn't load that one in for today's stream. Oh, hydrate, most certainly. Let me do that. I have a big bottle today, 1.5 liter bottle, and it's full. And I feel like that is character development. And also, there is one other thing that Shira cooked for me, which I felt was relevant to show you all today. You know? Good thing I'm smart to separate your hands. Real. Thank God. Schrodinger's fruits. Exactly. They're having a time. They've had some very interesting moments, and it's just like, I want to just push you together like Barbie dolls until you do something. And so, I would like to show you all, which is very relevant for the cover being released, and with the all, as you all know, with the goal that we have of 888 views on the Someone Someday cover to have the karaoke stream, I obviously needed a mic. And a lot of you know that I will be doing it with my 3D model because I said I would do that from the start. But obviously, I needed a mic. And so, I have a mic. I have a full version of this. This is the cut version. But I now have a mic, which Shira absolutely did amazing. Shira designed it. I was like, this is what I have in mind. And then Shira was like, let me go. Like, Shira cooked. I was like, these are the inspirations, like, that I have. And then, yeah, Shira just cooked. And, like, I'm so in love with this. So we have a mic now. So when we do our karaoke, you'll have my 3D model running around with my mic. Mari isn't even as tall as the mic. That's because I made it bigger for people to see. If I made it normal size, it would be tiny. And I want people to see it. So I made it large. I find it very funny the fruits in this are slower than the fruits from Heart of the Woods, where one of them was literally... Yeah, no, real. They really, like, they're making you work for it. And honestly, I can respect that. I can respect the push for it. They're making me have feelings. Mari, you're so far from the mic. Yeah, because I'm just showing it off today. If I wanted to bring it closer... There we go. Now we're closer. Do you see how that works? Isn't that crazy? But now you're missing some of the details and I want to show it off in full. So we're gonna move it back and there you go. Isn't it so pretty though? And it's like, this is just like the cut version. Nutty Prude's Must Die karaoke went, ugh, tempting. Mari's using the mic as a I'm using it as a weapon. This is for everybody, just so you know. Also, I got Mimo! I got Mimo this week, everybody. I've been going insane since I got Mimo. I know I posted it on Twitter, but like, oh my god, Mimo was acquired. I punted Mimo so hard. I was like cold squeezes. I was very excited. I also got Botan today. I got my Botan plushie. So I was having a very exciting time because it was really funny because Mimo I like squeezed and like, you know, very rough at the duration. Botan though, I held her like baby, held her like hamburger, put her directly in the protective glass. She is now looking at me from the side with my Takamori, my friend, my two Boros, and my other Mimo because I got two Mimo, one for the glass. One for the glass, and one is on my bed to be punted. And now I'm thinking, like, I'm getting a whole heap of Minky fabric in the next couple of weeks. Well, next week, I think. So it was a mystery package of, like, I think a meter of each fabric. So depending on what colors I get, we might be able to cook something. Because I have a plushie pattern for, like, chibi people. And, like, you know... My Mimo has free hands, and maybe she just needs someone's hand to hold, if you know what I'm saying. And if I have the experience... The only downside is the embroidery machine isn't working, so I'd have to use vinyl for the eyes, but like, I used vinyl for a gift for someone else's plushie, and it kind of looks really good, I'm not gonna lie. So I think that's gonna be our way to go. Like, I'm feeling pretty happy with that as an option. I am also regretting not getting Polka when I got Botan because, damn. She looks a little lonely, actually, now as I look at her. That's for next time, I believe. Yeah, plushie gaze! I just think that you should always get your plushies with their other person so that they can always stay together. What if we held hands as plushies? Exactly! It's like, I have these two Build-A-Bear plushies. And they weren't released around the same time, but they have a similar aesthetic. One of them is the Night Sky Astronomy Bear, and then the other one is the Pumpkin Spice Bear. And, and it's literally orange and blue. Like, they're so perfect together. I keep them together. They are a pair, do not separate. Oh! Thank you so much, Flippy, for the follow. Hello, hello, welcome. We are currently having a little chat before we start the episode today, just because there's been a lot of stuff that's happening. I'm also going to put the mic away. There we go. But yeah, it's insane. Welcome back, Magpie. Where can I get those chemicals? Oh my god. You know what? I think we need the chemicals in the fabrics even more now than ever. For real, for real. But yeah, I'm really excited. And yeah, my plushies do not separate. It's why I look at Botan and I'm like, oh, damn, I have buyer's remorse for not getting the other one. And now I can't. I can't get the other one. She's sold out. And I'm like, well, if I go on eBay, she's gonna cost like $100. Not a fan of that. So it's like, one day we'll acquire her. She will no longer be lonely. One day. But yeah, I think that's everything in terms for things to catch up on. Thank you for joining, Kaida. Have a wonderful rest of your day, and thank you so much. Stay safe, make good choices. Just wait, because they do resell the friend for you plushies. Oh, bet. There you go. I will wait. I will wait and acquire the other one. It's like I keep looking at the Muna, and I'm like, I could get her. But then I would need to get Pekora as well, and I'm like, she's sold out at the moment, so I keep staring at it like, I need them together, otherwise I can't. I'll just look at her and feel bad like I do with Botan. But yeah, we're gonna jump across to the next screen. And we're gonna lovingly bring the audio back. Whoa, not that loud. Okay, how is that for you guys? I think that's normally where we keep it, right? Man, I love this song. Wow, I can't wait to cry tonight. Real. We are gonna cry so hard. But it's okay, because it's gonna be funny. Game, I run away. Have a... Thank you so much, Possum! Stay safe, make good choices! Okay. We need to... I think we can just go from where we loaded it. Time to stream the cover and repeat. I'm not gonna lie. I realized today when I was looking at how many views it had before stream, I was like, I think I need to stop putting my, like, goal as 88 views because you guys keep just blowing my mind every time. I'm like, oh my god. 888 on both covers, the dream. Okay. Are we ready? I think I want it louder, actually. Hi, JJ! How are you today? Thank you so much for being here. We are just getting into the game now. If I click this, is it going to give me options? Yes, it is. There we go. That is good to hear. Let's get into it. Okay. To dwell on the normalized callousness and indifference people display in their lives while in the very same day kissing their children goodnight is to dwell on some pretty intense contradictions. I could try to separate the two, focus on one aspect of the person over the other. Maybe they're wonderful. Maybe they're everything wrong with society today. But sooner or later, I'll drive myself to the brink thinking about it. That, or the reality I'm living in will become so warped that I'll wind up spending my whole life in rabbit holes of subjectivity. What about... Oh, I'm doing... Oh, thank you so much for the follow, JJ. I'm doing great today. We've had a very exciting day. We had some big announcements, so we're just, you know, we're having a good time finishing off this game. Probably gonna cry tonight because this game is probably gonna make us have a lot of emotions, but it's gonna be so good. I'm so ready. Either way, it's a recipe for hate, fear, sadness, suffering. All this external garbage just tears me apart. And so, I have no control. The wind picks up, it's dry and hot, like the breeze from an open sauna. Coarse sand whips against my face, stinging my cheeks. Crunchy grains fly into my mouth. Oh, she's going through it. Eve! I hack my guts out, then sit up to fish my flask out of my pocket. Sand runs down the inside of my shirt and into all the cracks and crevices the human body has to offer. There's no getting away from it out here. Every day I can feel sand rub and gnash against my skin, When I walk, all I can focus on are the rashes on my thighs. It sucks, but you get used to it. What's left of the tequila sloshes around in my flask, a departing gift from Ranger Smith that I had found stashed under the couch back in Yosemite. Probably only enough in here for one last swig. At least it'll get the taste of sand out of my mouth. But it's at times like this that I wish I were a park girl. One that has the power to refill bottles just by looking at them. Something mundanely useful like that. I gotta go, sorry, I have to do something. Thank you so much for coming in today, JJ. Stay safe, make good choices. Thank you so much for dropping by today. Oh, I can't speak.
Down the hatch it goes.
Despite collecting dust on the bottom shelf of the store and being aged in plastic, it doesn't burn going down quite as much as it used to. See, I figured out this trick. Breathe in before shooting it back, then sigh after swallowing. It's like magic. I hiccup. My agave-scented breath smacks me in the face. Haven't bought a toothbrush or mouthwash since I've been out here, so hopefully this will kill any bacteria that's curled up in my mouth. Now that this is gone, all I have left is... what? Half a handle of evergreen? Oddly enough for a nightcap. Guess I'll have to hit up the general store tomorrow. Hopefully she doesn't bellyache too much about having to take me.
Hey, dumbass! You trying to follow through on that death wish of yours?
Hello? My head throbs as her far-off yell still manages to crack through my skull. Speaking of the she-devil...
Yeah! And I like to enjoy the process without your screeching, if you don't mind!
You? She fires off her gun from between the plywood boards covering the shack's windows. I feel the sharp breeze as the bullet whizzes past me.
Great aim! You're real proud of that one!
Oh my god.
Wasn't aiming for you this time. Now move your ass, pendeja!
Oh. It's going to be one of those nights, huh? I look towards the horizon. Beneath the hazy sunset, a collective of round, misshapen silhouettes hop and roll over the hill. Oh, crap. Not again. This is a fourth wave today.
Where do these things even come from?
She fires off another round. One of the shadows explodes, splintering into dozens of pieces. Rock shards fly into the air, landing at my feet and tossing up sand. The other silhouette, well, they just pause in the aftermath of the fatality. I'm sorry. Screeching out their battle cry, they topple and roll down the hill, making a dash directly towards me.
Oh, she's really done it now.
I stumble to my feet and the tequila shoots up my throat before I swallow it back down. Usually I end up crawling back to our shack, but I guess this time I have to try my hand at walking. One of the monsters leap at me, its black hole eyes and granite teeth closing in on my face. It splits into two. Okay, maybe a light jog. I sway from side to side, my sense of direction guided by the hailstorm of bullets swishing past me. The stampede of rocks rushes behind me while the earth shakes beneath me.
You little demons!
Rock
I'll
creatures
blast
be
you all
like
back
you.
to
Oi,
hell.
oi, oi, oi,
Each and
hey,
every
hey,
one
you
of
out,
you.
owie, wow, oh.
Wait, the TTS for that was fucking funny. She was cooking. It was sounding a bit too much like... When I'm this dizzy and sloshed, it's hard to make out anything other than her clenched teeth twisted into a grin as she fires off her revolver. At least somebody's having a good time. Yeah, I don't think this is Jessie. I don't look back as the creatures screech and holler. Whenever it feels like one is gaining on me, a bullet flies by, followed by a withering death yowl. He's just a baby! Ewo. Ewo. There's a familiar chirp. It's similar to the animalistic yodeling from the things rushing towards the shack, except dopier and slower. She told me that before I got here, one of them planted themselves in front of the shack and never left. Its half-lidded eyes follow me as I stagger
Try to
by.
hold down the fort, wino.
A black and purple blur kicks open the door and bolts past me. Her coat flows behind her as she sprints away from the cabin and shoots me the bird before shooting more of the rocks. The mass of stones and boulders curve towards her and give chase, taking the bait with zero complications. If only they knew it made her job easier. All she has to do now is turn around and unload every so often. For as many of them as there are, they can't seem to put their heads together long enough to create a single brain cell. The circus disappears over the horizon along with the dipping sun. By the time the sound of gunshots and cursing fades away, the other end of the sky is a dusty blue. I kneel, but mostly trip, down to one knee and inspect the boarded up window. It's completely torn up, singed with bullet holes. From that hothead blasting shots through it, no doubt. Now where's that hammer? Right there. Huh. And now there's 2 hammers. I glance at the piece of 2x4 I was going to use. There's 2 of that too. And now there's spinning. That's fun. Spinning that only exists to signal to me that I am in fact nauseous. Finally, where I want to be. Pretty rad. Great excuse for not giving a shit. She can screech at me for not fixing it later. I crawl to my corner and flop onto the sleeping bag. It's thin and I can feel the texture of the concrete. It's not so much of a comfort. I peel my face off the bag and stare at the diorama display of the few possessions I still own. A stack of notebooks that I haven't touched since arriving, and the tiny animal skulls on top of it. Just some rodents and birds I put a special request in for to my new roommate here. Only if she found them lying around. Some of them are mostly just broken shards and might not even be skulls for all I know. But I've assessed that they are. That's all that matters. The perception of it all. Other than that, I'm sure I have a few bottles and receipts for those bottles stuffed away somewhere. I prop my body up and sit down, staring at it. I stare at this a lot. A lot. What kind of death did these little critters have? Considering the shape a lot of these are in, it must have been grisly. Maybe there's one. Hell, let's say it was the mouse that curled up, went to sleep and didn't wake up. But I doubt it. Did they have enough self-awareness to feel a lack of control when the end came? If a bird gets plucked out of the air by a cat, does it keep fighting until it physically can't, or does it eventually accept what's coming? I hope it's the latter. Swimming against the inevitable when the current is so powerful and overwhelming only serves to override the flame of life that existed. It gets defined by its demise. Let the memory stand as a monument to what it had been, the futility of life, nature, planets, universes. It's the only sacred star guiding anything. Conclusion is the only certainty, and decay is its great reward. Dignity. That's what these critters died with. How everything should go. It could be possible. I think it is.
I have no control.
I shut my eyes and take a deep, cleansing breath through my nose.
No wisdom, no power.
All my belly aching about caring or not caring, the environment, my job, my role, none of it has objective meaning because it's all headed towards the same place.
I have no control. No wisdom, no power.
It makes me think of Yosemite, her fear of obliteration of personality. Nothing to mark that a person or thing was ever there. It makes me think of how wrong she was. Because if that's the end result of everything that matters, then obliteration is the key. It's destiny. It's liberation. And so...
I have no control.
I don't think she
Can't
has.
you drive this thing any faster?
I don't think she has control, guys.
Of course I can, but then I'd be going over the speed limit.
Yellowstone, I admire your dedication to traffic laws, but I think the situation warrants it.
We're in the middle of the desert. It doesn't even apply.
But I don't want to be irresponsible. If I am, you'll go and yell at me again.
I think you get an exception this time, kiddo.
I love you, so please don't take offense to me saying this or anything. But if you don't pick up the speed, I'm going to yell at you.
Okay. Hang on tight.
What the devil is the matter? No.
Just as Yellowstone accelerates the car, one of those boulder vermin jumps in front of us. Too slow to react, Yellowstone rams it down. It scrapes against the bottom of the car as we run over it.
What was that? One of those things from before?
Just how many of them are there?
I look in the rearview mirror. Behind us, a rampaging pack of living, moving rocks are stampeding after us.
I don't think you want to know.
The sun has already set and it's starting to get dark. If this keeps up for too much longer, we won't be able to see them until we're right on top of one. Or they're on top of us. One cannons through this windshield and crushes the center console. Yellowstone goes pale. I can only think of how close it would have been to my head if it were just a few inches off.
Throw it out! Throw it out!
I'm driving.
Which is why you should be the one to do something!
What's happening?
Yosemite, don't make me unbuckle my seatbelt.
The thing shrieks a gurgling shark shriek. It propels itself at my arm. I lean back in my seat and grab it out of the air. I want one. It bites my finger. The granite teeth stop at the bone.
You awful little pebble!
Oh my god.
Toss it.
Yellowstone pushes a button on her side of the car and my window rolls down. I heave it out the window and pray it doesn't crash into the side door. Oh. The wind rips it away, tumbling into the other rocks.
Girls, I'm scared.
It'll be okay, Yellowstone. Those rocks are so heavy that if we get hit by one, the blunt force trauma will knock us out immediately.
Rock monsters be like you. Oh, by the way, go get your fucking girl and you. Wow, ow, ow, oh, yeah, ow, ow, oh, wow.
Jesus Christ. Just get your fucking girlfriend. I just got hit by two things. It was the blunt force trauma will knock us out immediately, and then get your fucking girlfriend.
Oh, thank goodness. A quick plunge into nothingness.
Me.
I'd rather avoid experiencing nothingness.
Well, if it's nothingness, then technically you wouldn't be able to experience anything.
Yellowstone, time and place, sweetie.
Non-existence is funny that way.
Golly, that's bleak.
Jesus Christ, these kids. Despite the direness of our current situation, I'd be lying if I didn't say I was amused at having a conversation like this at 80, 85, now 90 miles per hour. Sweat could be streaming down my cheeks and wind could be blasting through my hair, but as long as I'm surrounded by the individuals I've deemed worthy, perhaps any scenario could be enjoyable in a certain light. With no guarantee of a future, or in this case of the three of us in this vehicle, a past, what else is there to existing than the present we share with those we love? Because I do love them. Zion and Yellowstone. And her, too. I love her. There's a fierce tug. At first, I think it's Yellowstone's mishandling the vehicle, but when I glance over her arms, a stick straight and her hands are gripped around the steering wheel. Another tug, my body remains in place, but my essence is being yanked forward. It's a calling. It's an urge. It's knowledge screaming out inside of me, telling me where it is I must go.
Are you girls feeling that too?
You betcha. It's very strong.
A grim shadow casts itself across Yellowstone's face. She squeezes the wheel tighter. Zion winces at the pressure as if resisting gravity itself.
We're getting close.
Do we have enough gas left? What if we get stuck out here?
I look in the side mirror. The stampeding rocks are kicking up enough dust to blot out the stars.
She has a point. It's not going to end well if we run out of fuel now, of all times.
Beads of sweat trickle down the side of Yellowstone's face. She tries to reassure us with a shaky grin. A trembling thumbs up. Tries.
Don't give it another hoot, holler, or heckle. Old Yellowstone ain't gonna let that happen.
I hear the metal clang as she stomps down on the gas pedal. Tires screech, Zion is sent flying back into her seat. The speedometer goes from 90 to 120. We're going so fast that when I look outside it feels like we're stopped in place and the rest of the world is zipping by. 15 miles to empty.
Let's burn rubber!
Oh my god.
Yellowstone, maybe not this fast.
We're coming, Evo!
Evo was her name. Her eyes are shut. The steering wheel spins against the grip.
Not if you crash, we aren't. Do you even know what you're doing? Yellowstone! Yellowstone!
Yellowstone. Alright, we're going back to the depressed one. An entire drumline goes off in my head. Snares, quads, bass, and cymbals. It's all there, pounding against my skull and yanking me into wakefulness. A wet groan drips from my mouth, along with a string of saliva and a clump of vomit that was clogging my throat. I cough. My cheeks ripple and I feel the wetness my face is laying in. A puddle of thick, yellow, and unidentifiable chunks.
Talk about no control.
Every limb and appendage is sore, like they were all yanked out of their sockets, then shoved back into place. My legs wobble and fold in on themselves the first few times before I finally make it to my feet. It's dark outside. The shack is darker. How long was I out? It could have been minutes, hours. The way time works out here, maybe even days. Decades can melt into millennia that melt into eternity that melt back into seconds. Big bang, big crunch. Rinse and dry until I'm in the ground. Well, at least I know it doesn't matter.
One of the rocks is still inside, just like, hey girl, you should probably go to therapy. You oi 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 oi. Modern day killers really must hate fun people talking lives with knives and guns. Oh yeah, we oh yeah, oh ow ow.
Oh god. Callie reference. Not the Callie reference. Oh my god. I bend over to fish what's left of the bottle of gin off the ground. A stern force shoves me. Huh? I freeze. Then it happens again. Like a pair of hands pushing me towards the door, except my body stays anchored in place, and it's my mind that's being pushed away. It's a familiar feeling. Warm, but opposing. Uncompromising.
Yosemite?
God, what am I even saying? It must be the desert. A hellish white canvas to paint whatever meaning I want onto. Or the lack of grub. Or, duh, the booze. Drink enough tequila and a beautiful garden of blue agaves will start sprouting in your liver. Messes with your head. Yeah, that must be it. Except it happens again. Stronger now. Less of a push, more of a drag.
It can't be.
It's impossible. She's more than 400 miles away from here. They all are. She would never. Not for me. I'm a moody terror. She's an egotistical pain with something to prove. The idea of her doing something like this is totally plausible. Oh god. I break down and follow the urge to the door with all the grace and balance of a cabin boy with amputated sea legs. I swing open the door and look to the horizon line. The Milky Way hangs in the sky, glimmering above the cracked ground. The remnants of what used to be a lake. Now all that's left is the grandstand, a sawtooth monolith of rock that watches over this place like it's the guard tower of hell. Nothing. What else did you expect? Before I can turn around to go back inside, an engine roars in the distance. 2 headlights peek over the bend.
No way.
Determined little boogers, ain't ya?
Through some miracle, Yellowstone has managed not to crash. Through some additional miracle, she's also managed to throw off most of those awful rock creatures.
Not to interrupt, because I'm aware of the seriousness of the situation we currently find ourselves in, and I certainly don't want to speak out of turn and distract either of you from the important task at hand, or keep us from
Sweetie, I love you, and I'm not upset. Get on with it!
Yellowstone glares daggers at me, swords and butcher knives too.
With a please and thank you. Go ahead, cutie pie. They're gaining!
The 2 rocks that have kept up with us pound into the vehicle. My back stiffens with each impact. Come on, we're so close now.
Look! Right there!
I point at the shambles of a building in the distance, illuminated by our headlights. Alone in the middle of the desert. Of course she is.
In that hunk of junk? Well, I guess it does kinda suit her.
They crash into us again. There's a rattle, then a clank. The back bumper falls off and kicks up a plume of sand. How is this thing still moving? With a wheezing cough, the engine sputters. Yellowstone and I exchange looks of terror as the speedometer drops and the vehicle slows to an unceremonious stop.
Nuh-uh. Nope. Not good.
Ladies, it was a pleasure. Goodbye.
Zion! That is the most horrifying sound, actually. Like insects, the creatures chatter as they propel themselves at us.
Okay, out of the car!
What? You can't get our chain or something?
It's either in here or out there. Take your pick. But I'm not giving up until I give her a piece of my mind.
We've decided to be homophobic today. Ow 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 ow. Get tried to scrub you. Ow 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 ow. Oh yeah, I you yeah. Ow ow ow.
Couldn't have said it better myself, Sid. And yet, no, her shirt does say it. It's so fucking funny. I swing the door open, slamming it into one of the rocks. It tumbles back.
I, for one, welcome Oblivion.
Zion opens her door. It smacks the other rock and sends it flying several feet. With any luck, that should keep these chunks of earth With any luck, that should keep these chunks of earth discard busy for a few moments. Why can't I say that sentence? Yellowstone groans and tepidly steps out, careful to skirt around the stunned rock.
Yeesh, talk about agitating the gravel. These things sure are giving us a run for our money.
She looks down at the rock's dizzy face and smiles.
They're sorta cute, though.
Real! Never mind. It rolls to its center of balance and screeches.
Oh, look at the little teethies.
I understand why they made her blonde and blue-eyed.
Time to go, Yellowstone! You're gonna get eaten and digested!
Neki? Zion zips on by and nabs Yellowstone's wrist.
But, they have the neato cute fangs.
Will you just run?
The speed of Zion's flying gives Yellowstone no choice but to sprint. Once I'm sure they've gotten a move on, I break into a jog. I swing my arms back and forth, take medium-sized steps, and make sure to land on the soles of my feet. Just like all the books said. Zion and Yellowstone catch up to me in under 5 seconds.
How's it hanging, Slowcimity?
Precious, polite, perfect Zion giggles, hiding it with a delicate hand.
Please do try and keep up, Slowcimity.
Oh my god.
Even you!
They pass me. I can't let this happen. I am Triumph. I am nature. I am terrified.
You can't just leave me behind like this!
Everything I read about running gets shot straight into my mind's discard pile. My steps are now bounding strides, my arms dangle at my sides like a scarecrow. I swallow giant scoops of air, saliva sticking to my lips. When I catch up, I'm sweating through my clothes. I'm so thankful I didn't wear my jacket to this wretched place.
Exercise is stupid. Running is stupid. I despise this.
Move those muscles, you Poindexter. We're in the home stretch.
With all the enthusiasm of a personal trainer, Yellowstone cheers me on with applause. Though, considering the smug grin on her face, I get the impression she finds my predicament more entertaining than anything.
Is this amusing to you?
Man, you've got no idea. You should know by now that whatever you put into the world always comes back to you.
Damn, they're going for her like that, huh? It has to be the liquor. Must have drunk enough for it to finally reach my eyes. It's gonna drown my pupils and give me one last hallucination before I finally go blind. But as the headlights get closer, it only feels more and more real. It's a beefy SUV, the kind I used to drive around back in Yosemite. Please tell me they didn't steal one. It comes to a slow, painful stop. 2 stones emerge from the darkness and throw themselves at the car before both get whacked in the face with doors. Yosemite steps out of the passenger seat. Oh my god. They actually did. Zion floats out of the car next. Yellowstone follows. It's hard to make out their faces, and they're all wearing clothes more suited for the desert than their usual get-ups. But it's them. I know it's them. The Stones wake up from their short nap and give chase. Zion glides, Yellowstone runs behind her. Yosemite lags behind. She briefly jogs before entirely giving up on such stupid notions, like pacing herself, or form. Instead, she sprints like a drunken ragdoll. My heart stops. Even though they're running, they're going so slow. They're all yelling at each other, screaming and laughing. Guess things haven't changed much, huh, guys? How are things? Is Jessie doing well? Does Yosemite still sit at the table every morning and read? Is Yellowstone's food still a heart attack on a platter? Hopefully Zion's not too lonely without Pup to play with anymore. I can't believe you. No, not at all. With all your grace, power, and knowledge, I can't believe that you morons would bring these stupid rocks directly to me. I catch my first glimpse of her, standing outside a tumble-down shack that looks like it could collapse on her if she so much had breathed wrong. Jaw loose, mouth open as she gawks at us, as if she's seeing us for the first time. Come to think of it, it was at night when we first met. Yes, I remember it well. She tried to shoot me. Twice. But more than she attempted, bullet to the skull, what I remember most about that night is how sad she looked, hiding in a corner on the verge of tears. Now, I'm sure we were partially to blame for that, but there was a hopelessness there. A hopelessness I noticed then and every day after. And looking at her now, her hair done in a sloppy ponytail, dirt caked to her skin, and stains painting her clothes. I still see a hopelessness there. I see it more vividly than I ever have before. Toxic Yuri is shooting your future girlfriend twice when you... I mean that definitely grounds that's definitely grounds for toxic Yuri. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Eve Adams, I'm going to fix what the world has done to you. The three of us are only a yard from the shack now. I run ahead of the others, and then I'm within touching distance. She's like, haha, I can fix her. But so are those doofy rock muppets, and I'm afraid they take a slightly bigger priority at the moment. There's even one sitting not too far from the shack, just staring at us. Is it sleeping? Dead? Does it even matter as long as it's not chasing us?
Don't just stand there, do something!
Eve wakes up from whatever walking coma she's in and stumbles into action. What on earth happened to her coordination?
Crap. Alright, hurry up and get inside.
Yellowstone and Zion are the first ones in.
Howdy-o, Evo. Hello, Miss Eve.
Shut the door, shut the door, shut the door!
She slams it just in time for me to slip through. The rocks pound at the door, plowing it hard enough for chunks of the wood to come off with each impact.
Hey,
What?
I think you two
Hammer,
should kiss
nails,
well. Ow,
in
ow,
that
ow,
order.
oh, yeah, yeah,
Scat!
gay.
Oh my god. Similar to how an ant can carry 10 times its weight, Zion drags over a stiff board of plywood from the other side of the room. Yellowstone, always one to be prepared, digs a hammer and nails out of her head. Eve stares at Yellowstone's opened hand for just a second too long, and I take it instead. I swear, you think she would be used to it at this point. The rocks continue to throw themselves at the door, splintering it into pieces. Eve takes the wood and presses it against the door.
Yosemite!
On it!
The rocks are heavy and their damage is significant, but Eve is strong enough to resist their force as I hammer the wood into place. Oh, whoa. One of the monsters screeches as it realizes brute force alone isn't going to do the trick this time. Need rest. Now. Eve and I collapse and slide against the door, side to side. Our breath, heavy and tattered, heaves in and out in unison. We're close enough for me to feel her clammy skin against mine. Which is fine. I'm just as sweaty. Even at night, it appears as if the desert heat doesn't let up.
Idiot.
The word can hardly squeeze out of my dry throat. Hold on. What did she just say I was?
What? Me? You're the idiot!
How dare she steal my words? I've been planning on calling her an idiot the moment I saw her since we left the park. This is theft!
Explain to me how I'm the idiot in this situation.
You brought those things straight to my shelter! Straight to me!
A shelter? Honey, I hate to break it to you, but this structure is barely standing. It may as well be your tomb. Furthermore, I wasn't even aware that these things existed until half an hour ago. My conscience is clear. It's so clean. It sparkles, glimmers.
You are so full of it! Even if you didn't know, I would have thought that the personification of a national park was aware of the fact that, imagine this, the wilderness could be dangerous!
Oh, I've missed them.
And I would have thought that an angsting, bureaucratic goon so tied up in paperwork and her own indulgent journaling would have been self-absorbed enough to at least write a note or a letter for those she was leaving behind.
I mean for there to be more bite, more venom, but not even halfway through my voice breaks apart and my words lose any power they may have contained. I don't try to fight the tears.
You just left when I needed you.
She opens her mouth to speak, but nothing comes out. Her expression is loose and her eyes are unfocused and glossy. Is this version of her equipped to process this?
Not even a catch you later, alligator. You just up and poofed. I wanted to talk, about Pup.
Brave little Zion. She and that furball were stuck together like glue. Her loss has been completely overshadowed by the rest of our drama. Yet she's cutting straight to the core of her pain. No phony, half-hearted arguments here. Maybe it's Zion's earnestness. The willingness to be honest that finally connects. Or perhaps it's just the mention of the coyote. Whatever it is, it's enough to break through Eve's fog.
Don't talk to me about that. I already know it was my fault.
You're right. It was. You were careless. You thought you were special enough to disregard common sense. People ended up hurt because of what you did.
Okay.
And you killed my friend because of it.
Okay. Zion steps forward. Her tiny body looms over us both. The dim lighting of the room shines against her back, casting a large shadow over Eve.
So I want you to make up for it.
Zion smiles. The shadow seems less stark. She extends both hands, one to me, one to Eve.
And come home.
I grab hold of her and lift myself up with no hesitation.
Yeah, it's been a total downer without ya.
I recollect myself with a single sniff.
I expect you to make the right choice.
Eve only stares. First at Zion's hand, then at Zion herself. She brushes her hand away.
Thanks for coming to see me.
She slumps over onto one knee and balances herself out by climbing to her other foot. Watching her trying to stand is embarrassing.
I'm not much for the gushy stuff, but...
She drifts over to the three of us and swings her arms around me and Yellowstone. A shiver sizzles down my spine when her fingers touch my skin. Zion floats up to Yellowstone's shoulder to get in on the rare moment of affection.
I really have missed you guys.
Her voice shakes when she says it. So she really means it, huh? She always tried to hide her feelings, although she was never any good at it. Her being open like this is a victory. I'll relish it for now. I lean my head against her. My eyes water. Not because of any swelling of emotion, oh no, wouldn't that be nice? But because as I'm pressed against her, it's becoming excruciatingly obvious to me.
P.U., Eve, you reek! What's the last time you showered, girl?
Zion pinches her nose.
I apologize, Miss Eve, but it's true. You're quite stinky.
Oh my god.
I'm going to gag.
Oh my god, guys!
You're a bunch of drama queens.
She lifts her collar and smells inside of it.
See? Don't smell a thing.
You're drunk.
Of course you don't. You live in this filth.
What are we going to do?
Any ideas, Evo?
Die, I guess.
The door is torn off its hinges, and the two rocks stand at the entrance, snarling and slobbering. The four of us huddle together in the darkness of the room. I shield Zion and Yellowstone. They will have to tear through me first. They launch themselves through the air. I shut my eyes tight. Two shots ring out. There's a clunk. Two rocks hitting the ground. I open my eyes. They've both been split open vertically, now lifeless on the dirt.
Took you long enough?
How about you show a little gratitude? I could have let them bludgeon you to death. I've seen it happen.
A pair of boots walk over the collapsed door, spurs jingling with every stomp.
Should have told me you were gonna have company, Freckles. Could have boarded the place up all nice and good. Could have hunkered down and get to know each other a little. The works.
It was a surprise to me, too. Didn't know they were coming until I felt it.
I like her boots.
Uh-huh.
She says it matter-of-factly, as if knowing the reason before Eve even needed to give it. Between words, she chews on something in the corner of her mouth. It can't be tobacco, because whatever it is this barbarian is numbing on, I can hear it crunching between her teeth. Oh my god, she's... Oh my god! She's... Okay, I'm looking respectfully, never mind. So I'm feeling normal. We're fine. Her eyes are very pretty. I'm looking respectfully at how pretty her eyes are. I also love the drills for like her hair drills. It's something, Bronya. You're not wrong. Oh my god, you're not wrong. Oh my god, you're not. I hate. Oh. I love this woman. With a flourish, she reloads her gun, still smoking from the firefight. She spits into the 6 pebbles into the holes of the chamber. I am struggling to process words right now because I can't stop looking at her. I'm trying to read the dialogue and I keep looking at her. There's a tingling across my entire being the very moment I set eyes on this woman. Her platinum hair twirls into bouncing drills. A brooding cowboy hat and cloak just reinforce what I instinctively know. Okay, yeah, no, that's fair. I will, in fact. Yep. You gotta do it too. Cheers. What are the flowers on her hat? I know they ain't just doing it for the fun of it. What are those flowers? What do they symbolize? There's something there. You don't just use flowers randomly. What do those flowers mean? One of them looks familiar. The purple one looks really familiar. Those flowers have a meaning. She's not made of the same stuff as Eve. Her entire essence, every speck of stardust in her atom, was unconsciously manufactured into her. She's like me. Yellow and violet. Iname. Oh my god, an Iname reference.
Gunslinger.
Rootin' tootin'.
Oh my god, Yellowstone never change. Yellowstone and Zion step aside and gawk as the woman walks closer.
Eve, would you care to explain to me who this is?
Who am I?
She holsters her gun and gets in close enough for the brim of her stupidly large hat to graze my forehead.
I'm the demigod of this park, Cupcake. Now who the hell are you?
Oh, I hate her. Oh, she's stunning. Oh no, she is really... But she did save us. And if she is who I think she is, then knowing her is important. Knowing her is something I need. I present a stiff hand for her to shake.
You mean spirit, not demigod.
I love the split of the screen right now. Like, there is a very specific way that they have cut the characters in the middle. And I really like that. That is setting a real... I need to not go about it.
I presume. It's exciting to meet you. I'm Yose...
Yeah, I know who you are. Other than grateful.
She slaps my hand and squats down to Zion's level.
I could feel it the second you entered my land. You too, Shrimpy.
Ah. Bite her, Zion. Bite her. But alas, Zion bashfully glances away and flutters her wings, something she's always done when nervous, as far back as I can remember and probably before.
Hello.
Howdy, cowboy! What about me?
Yellowstone pokes her on the back and waits like a patient fan in line for an autograph.
Wow!
Death Valley tumbles onto her backside in shock and gazes up at Yellowstone.
Jesus Maria, Jose y Mateo y Marcos y Lucas y Juan...
We get it!
What the hell is that?
Hey! Don't be mean to her! She points at Yellowstone's volcano. Her hat must have fallen off in the scuffle. Be nice! Yellowstone blinks, an innocent reaction to an overstated sentiment. Then the realization sets in. The grief of knowing her newfound hero is repulsed by her entire existence.
Rude? I know it ain't normal, but you don't gotta be a jerkwad about it.
Yeah, don't be mean.
Cece, that's That's great. But what is it?
It's a geyser volcano head, duh.
Yeah, Zion, get her. Zion rushes over to comfort her sobbing friend. Eve glares at me with quiet spite. She tries to glance away and hide it, but I can feel it searing into me.
Oh, get that look off your face. We'll talk about it later.
No, we won't. There's nothing to talk about.
We'll see about that.
Death Valley watches in experiential terror as the geyser umbrellas over Yellowstone's head.
You keep weird company.
No kidding.
Okay, but like, okay, maybe I do want to talk about it. The way they split that screen is
I have no control.
so amazingly done because you can just feel the rift that happened in that moment where you had the three on the one side and then Eve with Death Valley, and I feel like that is such a great, we're gonna feel a lot of tension. Like, that was beautifully done, and like I like when people do stuff like that. I like it. I really like it. And I like the like moment of like trying to reach out, and you could see they moved like Yosemite closer to that, and then it was cut. I really like that stuff. Sorry. Control isn't wisdom.
No wisdom, no power.
Wisdom isn't power. Power isn't control.
I have no control. No wisdom, no power. I have no control. No wisdom, no power. I have no control. No wisdom, no power. I have no control. No wisdom, no power.
These things feed into each other, and delusion, true delusion, is spending years trying to chase them, only to lie to yourself and believe that you aren't because you have the superpower to acknowledge their inherent harm. But I still had authority. Goofy hat, shiny badge, a desire to assert myself as the arbiter of moral land management and recreation. As if there's a proper way to exist in nature, a proper way to feel it.
Ah, the arrogance of it all. Quite telling, don't you think, Miss Ranger?
I think she's having a breakdown. I open my eyes. The corpse of the raven is still lying on the rolled out cloth alongside his other deceased friends, looking a little mushier than he did yesterday. He's decaying, but I give him a voice anyway.
Former. Goes through at the end of the week. And when it does, Miss Ranger will be just like you, Mr. Raven. Dead. Deceased. Rotting. Fighting off the dance of Rigor and his mistress, Mortis.
I don't know why, but the way that she said rotting, just like, I had such a like brain cell focus on the way that she said that, and I think she needs to say in that tone more often, but just normally.
Terrific way to hop around the question, Ranger ma'am. Obfuscation is the sincerest form of cowardice, after all. Tippity-toppity, hippity-hoppity. Ha! Hear, hear! Ha!
Cottontail, whose tail and back feet were missing when I got her, decided it's time for her to chime in too. I give her a high, squeaky voice, because that's what she sounds like. Mr. Raven, that brown-nosing scavenger, decides he needs to agree.
What else do you want me to do? This place not good enough for you? Should I go sit at the bottom of the ocean? Is that what penance looks like?
I think she's having a crisis.
The aesthetics of penance. Definitely, maybe, perhaps I'm just an insecure and chronically unsatisfied mousy lad. Speak, speak.
Oh, so now the rat decides to stop. Neki mentioned.
Ha! Hear, hear! Ha! Tippity-hoppity, toppity-hippity. Your insights are unmistakable, mousy lad. Will you all just shut up? You're not telling me anything special. This is not the guidance I come to this council for.
Something blots out the sun. With any luck, it's another asteroid. I look up only to be disappointed by Death Valley's flat judgment.
What the hell is wrong with you?
Real. A dead Chuckwella lizard dangles from her hand by the tail. She's like a metal detector except for dead things. Must be one of her weird park girl things. I cup my hands together and lift them up. She sighs and drops the lizard on top of the other corpses I have lined up. Great. Now they're all crooked.
You did that on purpose.
She kicks over the nearly empty bottle of Everclear I have sitting next to me. Gin starts to trickle out. I pick it up before I lose any more.
Was planning on going into town anyway. Don't get grumpy when it's time.
Got manners or what? You shouldn't be so flippantly flappable about expecting favors from an honest-to-me demigod.
Does that mean yes?
It means I'm the protector of this realm, and I'll toss you a bone whenever I damn well please. You even know how much junk I gotta... Ay, Dios. Gotta be kidding me.
She stops and draws her gun. My ears ring as she fires 3 shots at the hill. A stone crumbles into dust.
Yes, my colo, hellspawn! Anyway, I forgot what wisdom I was delivering a couple seconds ago. But I'm sure it was valuable.
Was worth its weight in lead.
She bunks me on the head with her revolver. Not hard, but the metal makes sure a bump will be there later.
Ay, why'd I even bother saving your ass if all you could do is mouth off? Can't you do something more interesting?
You're real for that, Neki, I'm not gonna lie.
Like die?
Claro, it'd be something. You should go out in a blaze of glory, though. More interesting way to reach Valhalla than boozing.
You're a real pal.
Don't mention it.
I like her fang. Like, I'm really fixating on the fang. Like, look at that fang. Death Valley squats down. Her cloak drags on the ground as she wraps an arm around me.
Might want to say buenos dias to your besties over there, though. Been gawking at you for the last 20 minutes.
She sticks her thumb out behind us. Yellowstone and Zion are poking their heads out of the shack, either failing to be sneaky or wanting to get caught.
If they want to talk, they'll come.
Hey, I get it. Initiative's hard.
With all the suaviness that I'm sure she believes she has, Death Valley fires off finger guns at Yellowstone and Zion.
Just tell the amateurs to stay out of trouble. I got a weird feeling about today.
She exchanges her gun for a pair of binoculars from inside her cloak, staring into them as she walks in the direction of the hill. Does she even know where she's going?
Keep those ojos peeled.
She reminds me of the kind of cranks Dad used to bring around, always in camo and prepping for the end times. They owned lots of equipment, but I'm not sure I ever saw any of them use it. With enough blusters, anyone can be an action hero, I guess. When she's far enough for me to not be worried about being judged, I straighten out my dead buddies and set Lizzie, the Chuckwalla lizard, down at the very end.
Enjoying the company, Lizzie?
I wait for her response. Nothing. Oh yeah, lizards don't make noises. Of course she wouldn't say anything. Zion's meek voice stutters behind me. My shoulders slump, and suddenly I don't feel like giving voices to the rotting animals anymore. Go figure. I glance over my shoulder. Zion is hiding behind Yellowstone's legs. Yellowstone is hiding behind a grimace.
Howdy-o, Eve. This place sure don't waste any time getting hot, huh? It ain't even noon yet, and I'm already a puddle.
Yeah, no, they definitely watched her have a breakdown, and honestly, I think she's going through it. Glad to see Yellowstone hasn't changed. Really, I am. She's nothing if not reliable herself. Always the first to check up on someone else. I'm not sure if the others even realize she's the one holding that cabin together. Still, she's as obvious as ever.
What did I tell you 3 this morning? I'm not going back. Sorry.
Go back.
Yeah,
figured you'd say that, since you're so set on always being so stubborn and all.
And unreasonably bullheaded.
About to be good. Oh my god.
Oh, that's a good one. I'm gonna steal it.
Thanks. I call her that in my head all the time.
Nothing that isn't true.
I love this kid. I hit what's left of the bottle. Hardly even half an ounce. Yellowstone and Zion go silent as I wash down the taste of bile and finish with a burp. Tremors spasm through my hand. I grip the bottle until my knuckles go pale and I'm steady once more. It was only a matter of time. Despite doing my best to ration it these last few days, it hasn't been nearly enough to keep the beast tamed. Not with how much I usually throw back. If I don't get properly wasted sometime in the next couple of hours, I'm going to start feeling those withdrawal symptoms. Let's see if I can finally let it go on long enough to kill me this time.
Oh. Done.
I spin my pitching arm and toss the bottle. It shatters into 1,000 glimmering shards on impact.
Better clean that up, borracha!
I've got it.
Yeah, whatever, Shrimpy.
Zion flaps her wings and glides over to the mess I've made. She drops to her knees and begins the process of picking every piece up, and one by one she counts them aloud to herself.
Probably shouldn't have done that. I need the recycling money.
Baby's going through it. Yellowstone answers with a frown.
What?
I would have picked it up. I'm not an animal. God.
After years of screeching at college kids for not picking up their junk, I wouldn't just give myself a pass, even if I am only a few days away from not being a ranger anymore.
Mind if I pop a squat?
Pop a squat.
I don't mind anything. Too much stress for the inevitable result.
I really like Eve's hair.
Oh, I can dig it. As they say, too much thinking is a thunk too much.
It's the first turning of the wheel.
She hunkers down next to me, rests for a second, then scoots in closer to me. Her hands are wrapped around her knees, locked in a chain. Despite being surrounded on all sides by brown, sloping hills and jagged mountains, sitting here is like sitting in emptiness. The ground is weathered and white, mud dried out by the sun until cracks formed, splintering everything into a polygon-shaped checkerboard. Sometimes I try to count all the cracks. I never get too far. My brain always sizzles under the heat of the sun until counting becomes too much effort. The heat doesn't seem to deter Zion, though. Yellowstone and I watch her in the distance, listening as she counts the 36th glass shard she's picked up. Then the 37th. A warm breeze whispers past us. It kisses my cheek. I breathe out in relief and notice a wheeze that wasn't there before.
Eve?
Hmm?
What's with the dead critters?
They're friends. Duh.
I saw the bones inside, too. You ain't...
Her voice takes an uncertain tone. The path of implication.
Of course not. You should know me better than that.
Phew, thank goodness. Had me worried there for a sec.
I have Death Valley bring them to me.
Oh, and does she?
Nah, they're already dead when she finds them.
And do you think they just look neato, or what?
Yeah, what is with the scavenging? Neater, huh? I guess they do look neat, all stiff and empty. But that's not the reason. Not entirely.
I wonder...
Come on, Eve. You can blab to me about it.
Concern lurks under the peppy smile she tries to force. I guess I can tell her. It's just Yellowstone.
It's because dead things have power.
Huh?
She keeps smiling, like she's expecting me to follow up with a punchline.
I mean, you're not even human, so you probably feel it more than us. Hell, maybe you girls can even... It's energy. No doubt about it. It just radiates off it, you know?
Yellowstone's smile begins to droop. Maybe it's because she gets it too. She knows that I know what she knows. What we all should know. Zion is still counting the pieces of glass. 64, 65, 66, and make sure to quiet my voice for this next part.
I first noticed it when I had to put Pup down. For a while, I just sort of looked at him. And I realized I had never felt anything so conclusive up until that point. In a way, it was like seeing liberation was possible. So, when I came here, I started looking for that feeling again. It feels the strongest when they're bones. So that's why I keep these guys out in the sun. After a while, it's easy to peel them. For the skeleton.
Eve, are you gonna speak? Eve? Eve! Eve! Wait.
It feels the strongest when they're bones. So that's why I keep these guys out in the sun. It feels the strongest
Wait.
when they're bones. So that's why I keep these guys out in the sun. After a while, it's easy to peel them. For the skeleton.
I don't have any control over most of the terrible things that happen. To me, to others, or the land. No power to change it, but I can bring on that feeling of conclusion. Because it's inevitable. And in a way, that's power.
So maybe I can absorb some of it for myself. Then I won't just bring about conclusion. I can be conclusion.
I've been staring into Lizzie the Chuckwalla's lizard's dull, lifeless eye. I'm not sure if it was staring at her beautiful leather skin, or if it was just getting all of this off my chest. But I'm smiling. Yellowstone is not smiling. She's staring, eyes wide and pale. Her mouth is open, but she's not saying anything. Weird. Yellowstone and I turn away from each other and look ahead to Zion. I'm not gonna lie, I do have a lizard skeleton in my room. 81, 82.
Eve, you need to come home.
I don't really need anything.
No, you do. And it ain't here. I know it ain't.
She sniffles. Most people dab their eyes when they cry. Yellowstone dabs her head.
This place is good for me, Yellowstone.
Ha! I smile. It's not something I can usually do consciously, but I've been trying to force myself more, and I think she needs it.
I can rest here.
Baby, you're having a breakdown.
93, 94. All done.
Zion, finished picking up all the pieces, waves at us.
It ain't rest you're looking for, and you know it.
Smoke starts to pilfer out of her volcano. I feel bad for getting her all worked up, but everything I've said is the truth. As close to it as I've ever come. Our resident guardian angel takes notice, and if we're talking about inevitable conclusions, Zion zipping over to comfort Yellowstone will always be one of them.
Try to calm down, Yellowstone.
She dumps the shards of glass in Yellowstone's head, then floats down to hug her from behind.
I know it's hard, but if anyone is going to get her to come back, it's not going to be us.
Yellowstone goes limp. The smoke peters out, and all that's left of the flare-up is Zion clinging on tightly.
I know.
Neki!
I just gotta trust Yosemite.
No!
That's right.
Zion looks me in the eye. Very cheeky, kid.
It has to be her.
She's going to give it a shot, at least. Even if I tell her no, she'll still try. The second she entered this park, it was destined to end in a standoff to see who can assert themselves as the most correct. Hi, Maury! We're not winning. We're having
Where is the
depression.
princess, anyway? Still getting her beauty sleep?
She doesn't need beauty sleep because Yosemite is naturally beautiful, Eve.
Holding her like putting her in my pocket. Zion blows me a raspberry. What is with this 2-on-1 combative today? I made a choice. They need to respect it.
Your snotty friend went for a walk. Had me blast a few stones for her so she could do it in peace. Told her there'd be more of them, but did she listen?
No.
No, of course not.
She'd never do that.
She's more of a talker than a listener.
Ah, so I've learned. Pretty irritating for a demigod.
I'm sure she'll come running back here once those things realize she's out and about.
The smoke puffing out of Yellowstone's head dissipates, turning a light grey before stopping entirely.
You mean those boulder buddies, right?
Yeah.
Boulder buddies? Boulder buddies?
I like Death Valley's expressions. She's so... just squeezes her. Death Valley's eyes look like they're going to roll into the back of her head from rage.
Now you've done it.
Listen here, Craterhead.
Hang on! Never mind. She stomps over to Yellowstone, hunching over her like a dead crooked tree. Zion must sense her bloodlust because she scoots away.
Those things ain't your buddies. Or did you forget your encounter from last night?
No siree. Last night I had even more frightmares and nightmares than usual.
Good. Let it be a lesson.
But I gotta be real with you, Sheriff. The more I look at them, the less scared I am. They're just so gosh darn cute.
I can understand Yellowstone's perspective. If they weren't so murderous, I think I'd want to play with one.
My god.
You're kidding!
I don't know. They've got those frozen faces. It's terrifying enough to wrap back around to being cute. Like a cat with no hair.
Ay, cállate. I don't want to hear it out of you too. Those stones are ravenous little beasties who bash your brains out the second they lay their eyes on you. I remember this one hiker. Poor bastard was unlucky enough to be caught up in their annual migration to the basin.
Death Valley continues on her horrific story. Every time she tells it, which has to be at least once every day since I've gotten here, she revels in the gory details. She must have 1,000 ways to describe grey matter. Yellowstone ignores her, instead glancing around until she finds what she's looking for.
And I told him to stay where he was, but the panic must have gotten...
What about that fella?
She points at the stone positioned in front of the cabin near about 100 yards away. I was wondering when they would finally notice him.
Transcended garden gnome.
Wait, are they the fucking Rolling Rocks? What? Oh my god, that's insane.
It's not! Don't you dare refer to Cerberus that way.
Cerberus? Like a guard dog?
Oh my god. A crescent moon grin spreads across Death Valley's thin face.
That's right, Shrimpy.
Here we go again.
The guardian of my hellish realm! All who wish to enter this space must pass through him or die in the process. His ferocity? Unmatched! His compassion, you may ask. You fool! He knows not the first thing about it!
Oh my god.
And yet, I've somehow managed to tame this here beast. It answers at my call, heeds my every command!
She coughs. A sheet of plywood falls off the cabin.
Cerberus!
Cerberus sleepily turns himself towards us. His beady eyes are half closed. This is the most he's moved in weeks.
Roar!
There's a delay. I count to 10 in my head. Baby. He unleashes his roar, a faint meep barely audible from this distance. Most of it is obscured by wind.
There's no better duo than a demigod and her beast.
Death Valley gives a proud cackle. I'm used to it at this point. Then Zion wrinkles her nose at the spectacle. And if there's anything Death Valley likes, it's spectacle. Even if it only exists in whatever reality she is occupying.
So what you're saying is that his name is Cerberus.
Death Valley might have a theatrics, but Yellowstone has priorities.
How about you take the wax out of your ears and actually listen to what I
love
say?
how the plot twist of this game is that everyone is a fucking idiot, even the hot gunslinger girl.
Yeah.
You're not saying anything. He's never done anything but sit there and get pushed around by other stones.
Shut your trap or I sick him on you! Cerberus is a monster fueled by the screams of the damned!
Cerberus is a pretty goofy name if you ask me.
I didn't!
Whoa.
He should have a name that suits him. Something a little groovier.
The inside of Yellowstone's head glows red with inspiration. That's a first.
By gum, I've got it! We'll call him Dwayne!
I hate it here. I fucking hate it here. I hate it here, actually. Oh, I hate it here.
Hell no!
Thank you, Death Valley. Thank you, Death Valley. Oh my god, I hate it here. Zion puts her finger to her chin.
Dwayne the Rock.
Ugh, okay.
I like it.
No. Death Valley's rage spasms through her muscles.
How dare you! You can't just enter a demigod's realm and start renaming her minions!
Aw, don't be like that, cuz.
Don't call me that.
Besides, I think Dwayne's way spiffier than Cerberus.
Mm-mm.
It ain't spiffy! It's just downright unethical! My minion! My Cerberus!
Neki! No! For what it's worth, I actually agree with Death. Cerberus is dark, it's moody, it's metal. Yellowstone of all people should know it's dope AF.
Well, why don't we go ask him and see how he feels?
Yellowstone hops up, does a little twirl because everything is a performance, and skips over to Cerberus.
Oh yeah! What are you up to?
I'm gonna ask him!
Don't.
Don't you dare! He's a savage and dangerous beast who...
And I'm gonna pet him!
No!
She stops in front of the docile rock, her hands planted against her waist.
Hiya!
Hiya! Cerberus raises himself up and slowly blinks at her.
Name's Yellowstone. I'm like your prickly pal over there, but you probably already knew that, huh?
Don't let that freak patronize you, Cerberus!
Death yells across the empty clearing of desert. Cerberus turns himself to look at her, he yawns, then turns back to look at Yellowstone. The whole process takes about 45 seconds. Yellowstone hunches over and smiles at him.
She keeps calling you that, but you don't seem like a Cerberus to me.
I am pretty sure Death just choked on her spit.
Oh.
Cinder-coated? Real?
He responded.
Right? It don't suit you one bit. You're a lover, not a fighter. Like me. Except when I'm steamed.
Her voice darkens.
When I'm angry, I destroy.
His face! Yeah, boy, get him! She pats him on the head. I think it's his head.
Say, you're a pretty good listener.
I'm happy! Oh, look at he did a smile! Oh! emotionally attached to this little guy.
Would you mind if I start calling you Dwayne?
I can make him. No! No! Cerberus, no! Not the rename! No! No! Not my Cerberus. Cerberus, the sleepy stone with moss growing on him, gives a delighted chirp, resembling more of a spring than a petrified rock. He bounces up and down. Each time he hits the ground, a cloud of dirt puffs up beneath him. Goodbye, Cerberus. I hardly knew ye.
Yo! He says he's chill with being Dwayne now.
Oh, I hate it here.
Quit acting like you can understand him.
Yeah!
You don't need to know what they're saying to understand someone. Sometimes you just feel it.
Oh no. Zion floats away to join Yellowstone in bestowing many pets and praises
Oh
upon
yeah!
Dwayne.
Monster on the loose!
Thank you so much, Gontai, for the subs! And thank you so much for this, the resub. Thank you for the sub, Gontai. Oh my god. Hi, I just listened to the cover. I'm on my knees. Hi, I'm so glad you liked it! Hi! I can't breathe. It was incredible. Thank you. How amazing was Shura's art though? Holy shit. Like, oh my god. You know? Like, it happened. It's real. It happened. We finally we did the song that everyone was expecting me to do the second I started streaming. Thank you, though. I'm really happy that everyone likes it. Like, oh my god, you know? It's like, oh my god, you know? And thank you again for the gifted. I think I can breathe again. I need to remember to change that fucking sound.
Dwayne, I just want to let you know, I would die for you. I would keel over and kick the bucket 1,000,000 times.
Goodness, Yellowstone. You mustn't say things like that. It's too sad. Pet said I would kill for Dwayne.
Yes, Zion. Yes, Zion.
Jeez, Lizzie. Can you believe these two? Making friends with a literal rock.
You're saying this to a lizard, girl. You're saying this to a dead lizard. Death twists her head around and gazes down upon me. Veins press against her forehead. Her mouth purses into a grimace that digs so deep into her cheekbones that I wouldn't be surprised if the imprint remained there for centuries.
What?
She kicks sand in my face. Get him. I like death a lot.
Wait! Time out!
I gasp, I exhale, I gasp, I exhale, I gasp. I hold the breath in, it numbs the sting in my lungs, but once again I am forced to exhale. Physical exertion is awful. The dispersion of energy is truly the fatal flaw of all life, and if I am real, and I am here, and I am in pain, then the unfortunate conclusion to all of this is that I, too, am flawed. Yet, despite my internal admission of imperfection, a bitter lesson that I have been repeatedly forced to learn, and my external pleas for mercy, these dreadful rock golems continue to pursue me. Oh my god.
Leave me alone!
I flee across the desert. The mobile boulder follows. An endless expanse of rock and sand blend together, devouring all sense of time. For all I know, I may have been running for hours. Between wheezing, I glance at the position of the sun. It's hardly moved since I left. So I'm just pathetic. All I wanted was to go for a simple walk. Eve had made her position on going home quite clear, not entirely unexpected, but a big enough of a setback for me to strategize further. A walk somewhere unfamiliar and exciting seemed like a great opportunity to clear my head. Love that DV can sense where you see it doesn't. Oh, real. Like she knows, and she's just like, yeah, they're fine. Not just so I could figure out what exactly is going on in that impulse-driven brain of hers, but so I could also determine how to help her move forward. How we could do it together. But as I was wandering up and down the dunes and inspecting ancient rock formations, with only my scattered thoughts for company, I realized Eve doesn't want to be together. She doesn't want to be with anyone. All she wants is to be alone, to not be forced to engage and confront these issues. A stipulation I'm sure a brute like her new roommate is more than happy to abide by. Death Valley is at the lowest elevation in the entire country, with the highest temperatures of the whole continent. Short of banishing herself to the wilderness of Alaska, this is as isolated from society as she can get. Doesn't want to be together. Oh yes, you fuck. Yeah, real. Real. And if isolation is what she wants, then fine. I'll make sure she gets it by creating an opportunity to drag her off alone somewhere. Then, and only then, will that girl talk. Otherwise, it's too easy for her to ignore. Except when I anger her. She has plenty to say when I do that. I'll make her worse, Becky! Oh my god. Lord. This is all, of course, assuming I actually make it back. The rock takes 3 leaps and cuts the distance between us in half.
You can do that?
At the dip of the horizon, I can see the cracked ground of the racetrack, the ancient and dried out lake bed that Eve and Death Valley have claimed as their own.
Oh, thank goodness!
The barbarian will take care of this. One shot from her revolver and these things explode into dozens of fragments. What are those bullets even made of anyway? I propel my fragile body forward until the cabin and 4 familiar blips appear in the distance, their bodies blurring between the lines of the heat wave.
Hey! I would greatly appreciate some assist!
No. It nips at my heels.
Oh god! Okay, alright! Help!
Oh. The closer I get, the clearer they all become. Death Valley shields the sun with her hand and zeroes in on me. It's hardly audible, but I see her tilt her head back and cackle.
Why'd I tell you what happened, pendeja? Oh, serves you right!
Rot in the cavernous salt mines of Hades, you laughing degenerate.
You can make it, Yosemite! Ditto! Just don't look down!
She has so much absolute displeasure towards DV. They've known each other for not even a day.
Yellowstone, you only say that when they're somewhere high up! That makes sense, but why are we still yelling? Because I don't want Yosemite to feel left out in the conversation!
I want to punch her. No, that's a baby!
Girls! Please!
Why are they like this? All of them need to fix their priorities before my feet fall off.
Someone help her! That thing's getting close!
Yeet, but she can fly. Your yeet wouldn't work.
Hold on. I want to see it play out.
DV, no!
Not happening!
You're like, oh shit, I didn't account for the wings. Oh my god, DV and Betty, they're real. You should have seen how she was introduced to us. It was literally from like her boots up of a CG, and I swear to god, the brain cell was not able to focus on anything. Like, it started on her boots, and I was like, I am a say-so idol. Eve staggers to her feet. She tosses herself at Death Valley and shoves her out of the way, stealing her revolver out of her holster.
You wanna die?
She's gonna beat you up in review. Real.
Quiet!
I need to focus.
What do you mean you are not? Struggling to balance on her feet, Eve, wait, I'm wrong voice. Struggling to balance on her feet, Eve extends her arm and points the gun at me. What is she even? Oh no.
Might want to duck or something.
You better not miss!
Almost in the clear, almost in the clear, almost in the clear. I dive. The last thing I see before skidding across the ground is Eve flinching from the recoil. A loud blast cracks through the air. There's a yelp, then silence. The ground cuts and tears my skin, the thin layer of pebbles scattered across my body offering only the slightest of protection. I skid to a stop. You're an idol, but not say. Excuse me. I am the picture of idol. I am an angel. I am an angel, thank you very much. When I peel my face off the dirt, I'm face to face with another rock. You're an idol, yeah, but that's different from— Excuse me! Gontai, have my back here. I am absolutely Sacer idol #1. You can't find anyone more Sacer than me. Please no, not another one.
Howdy-o, Yosemite. Don't mind Dwayne. He ain't gonna hurt ya.
See, Gontai agrees with me, everyone. I got that 100%. See? And would Gontai lie to any of you? No, sir. I don't think Gontai batching your Sacer-ness is a good stand. What do you mean? You're about to say something. Yeah, Iris does not say so at all.
He's a friend.
Hi.
Death Valley saunters over. She looks stupid while doing it. Then she takes a knee and smirks. She looks even stupider doing that.
Have a nice stroll, Cupcake.
Mari, then what am I? A fucking saint, mama.
Do you ever shut up?
Yeesh, talk about the pot and the kettle.
Oh my god, Yellowstone, please.
Lay off. She's mine to criticize. Besides,
Eve shoves the revolver into Death Valley's chest. She turns up her nose despite offering me her hand.
she can dish it out, but she can't take it.
She is claiming her. What the fuck? How gross. You're trying to look cool, towering over me like you're pretending you're actually tall, acting all annoyed. Well, you aren't cool. You're objectively a tryhard, but because I know that, I will offer the extremely ironic gesture of accepting your hand. It will be a laugh riot. To me, personally, because only I will understand how awkward you look. It'll be one of my thousands of little inside jokes about you. The ultimate revenge. I take her hand, thus single-handedly creating post-irony.
I don't dish out anything that isn't true.
And criticism of you isn't?
I didn't say that.
She stares.
But I also didn't imply that it wasn't. Don't go thinking they're all valid.
But please don't go thinking I'm not aware of them either.
You act like such a princess.
Eve stops herself, lets the sentence die right there on her tongue.
You know what? I'm not doing this. Glad you're okay. Be more careful.
Did she just fold? She doesn't fold. She wouldn't dare.
Excuse me. What exactly do you mean by this?
What we were just doing. What we always do. Don't need it.
Doesn't need it? I don't want to hear that. The time we spent together was never damaging, was it? Was that part of why she left? I thought it was helpful. I thought it was us helping each other.
Hey, Death. I'm going into town. Have it ready by the time I'm back.
Maybe I won't. Maybe you don't tell me what to do.
Thanks.
She turns around and starts for the cabin. No. I know what it was. What it all meant. It wasn't always easy, but it wasn't bad. I will not let her delude herself into thinking everything until now was a mistake. She doesn't get the privilege.
Hold it! If you're going into town, then I'm coming with you. You can finally tell me what these rocks are.
Eve glances over her shoulder and scoffs. Without saying another word, she walks away. Stubborn to her core.
If that's all you want to know, I can teach you.
Death Valley slithers over to my side and tries to wrap an arm around my shoulder. I dodge.
Teach me what?
About these sailing stones? You know, the things you keep pissing off?
Sailing stones. I read an article about them once.
Oh, y'all were right! Eve is my top priority, but I must admit, I'm more than a little intrigued by the things that have been trying to murder us since we've gotten here.
A pond forms in the lake bed that freezes overnight. When it starts to melt, the ice pushes any rocks or boulders in its way. It's a phenomenon that only occurs here in this park.
Freckles did say you know little about a lot.
Eve said that about me? Wonder what else she talked about.
Well, what does this have to do with the goblins chasing us around? I mean, real sailing stones aren't actually alive.
Who knows? The Hellspawn version of them used to be scattered around. But a couple of years ago, some eggheads caught the real stones moving on camera. Flash forward a few weeks, and it was like the whole damn park had been overrun.
That would align with what I read in the article.
You and all the fleshy meatbags walking around out there, living their lives, reading, doing meatbag stuff.
Meatbag? Hold on.
That means they're correlated?
Probably. People got thoughts about you and me. That's why we're here. People got thoughts about them too.
Oh.
You, me, Shrimpy, and Freak Show over there? We're like a beacon for those things. Freckles too, on account of who she chooses to spend her time with.
Thinking about it for a moment, it all does piece together. The stones obviously aren't natural, so they most likely come from the same place as us. And before she left us, Eve had been starting to feel things, experience things that she shouldn't. Here I was, chalking it up to synchronicity. I can't read today. Wait, so I can will me. Oh my god, true.
Of course, I'm more like a book zapper than a beacon. Sacred duty, you know.
Is that what isolation causes? Delusion? Would I have been like this if I had never met Zion? Death Valley points her gun at the horizon and mouths gun noises to herself. What a nerd. Is Eve becoming a natural pot girl? It's like a magical girl, but different. No, I would never. Although, it is impressive that she realized all this herself. It took me years of research to come to all of these conclusions. As a pot girl, she deserves a tiny bit of credit. Our existence is miraculous, after all. Teddy! Hello, Teddy! Hello! How are you today? Hi! How was stream? How did it go? Did you... Now run away again. Bye, Possum!
How do you know all this?
'Cause I ain't brain dead.
Oh, real.
I'd like a productive answer, please.
Why did you stream today?
Then give me a productive question. You don't need to be a snobby bookworm to know the truth, if that's what you're thinking.
Hi, Seven! Hearing about the truth is painful. Not because it doesn't have value, but because I could live hundreds of thousands of years learning and uncovering every secret, and in the end I will always forget it. Without documentation, truth becomes myth.
Truth is the reality you live every day. Sky is azul, grass is verde. If it ain't you either colorblind or being a dumbass on purpose.
You're one to talk about the truth. All I've seen you do is play pretend and call yourself a demigod.
Welcome to my... Oh my god, Neki.
She see anything around here that contradicts that?
I adore you both so much, actually. She gestures around her. The high winds kick up sand, stinging the fresh road rash I got from skidding across the ground. Yellowstone, the volcano girl, and Zion, the miniature angel, dance in playground circles with Dwayne, the living rock. Stream was good. We were running around collecting evidence for a case. Ooh. Wait. Collecting evidence for a case. Did you find anything important there? What's the case? I don't have an answer. What the heck? I always have an answer. She may as well be asking for me to prove she's not a firefighting astronaut. I know without a shadow of a doubt that she isn't, but I don't have any evidence that proves otherwise.
Why are you here, huh?
Neki! No!
For Eve's sake.
Death Valley grins, amused at how quickly I responded. My ears flatten under the weight of my embarrassment. I mean, it's the truth, but why did I have to answer so fast? Now I look weak. Lots of important info trying to figure out who unalived some council members. Oh my god, so you're doing like the heavy detective work. Ooh. Oh my god, Nikki! Oh my god. Have you figured out who did it yet? Like, do you have like a strong case so far? Is it like one of those things where it's like, oh, these are all of our witnesses, and these are our suspects, and now we need to figure out, does our evidence correlate to it? Members of the Undying is just not, oh my god.
Kinda gathered that much already. You want to take her back to your park, right? Anything else, or is that it?
What do you mean, is that it? She needs to be somewhere familiar, with those who care about her.
Well, I bet would be Cub. Ooh. Oh, okay, so you have like an idea of somebody. What's that game called again? I'm like invested. I'm sorry. She raises her hands in surrender and takes a cautious step back.
Whoa, 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 whoa! Don't gotta get so uppity. I'm just asking.
Sounds more like insinuation to me.
Yeah.
Well...
I have a couple of people I mostly suspect. It's called Paradise Killer. Oh, okay. And is it a game where there's like multiple different cases, or is it just the one big one that you have to work on?
Maybe just a little. But only 'cause I care. I've spent a month with Freckles. Hard not to get a tiny bit attached. Hell, you might even say I'm like... her replacement Yosemite.
Oh. Oh, no. Oh. Oh, no. We're about to hit fighting words. Oh, no. We're gonna hit the next page and Yosemite is gonna absolutely beat her ass. She absolutely did clock the jealousy. This is insane. Oh, man. Use of shape. Yep. Good point. That's, ooh. She's gonna get her ass beat.
Is there a point you're getting at?
Oh, that was really actually tame. I'm not one for violence. I've given Eve many lectures about how it's an imperfect shortcut to resolution. However, Death Valley has a rather slappable face.
Sure, let me dumb it down for you.
Oh.
Watch it.
There we go. Come on. She takes a step forward. Her breath smells like dust. She's close enough for me to see multiple tiny pebbles sliding around in her mouth as she speaks.
Whatever's going on in what's left of her brain isn't going to get fixed by dragging her back to the place where shit hit the fan.
I shove her in the chest and force more space between us.
I already know that. You may call yourself a demigod, but you're not omnipresent. In fact, I suspect you of not possessing a single earthly clue. Not about me, and certainly not about Eve.
Oh my god. That certainly? Oh. Her teeth squeak and pop as she grinds down on them. She clenches her fist and feigns composure.
Got a plan then, princessa?
Of course. Eve and I are going to do what we always do. Talk.
Talk. She snorts. Then it devolves into a witch's cackle.
Damn, you're easy to read. Don't know if you noticed, but she ain't really in the mood to talk.
No, she's kind of having a breakdown.
She doesn't have to be. I'll be going into town with her.
Eh? That's all you got? You know, she can just choose not to respond to all the crap you throw at her, right?
For someone with regal white hair, she shows not an ounce of couth as she burps out one of the pebbles in her mouth into her hand. Meanwhile, I'm left to reckon with the fact that this walking disaster has poked a rather poignant hole in my plan.
Well, I'd like to see you try and come up with something better.
Knock knock.
I sigh. Heavily. Deeply.
Who's there?
Ha! Screw you! I already did, you dumb bastard!
Oh my god.
Was that the punchline?
She grabs my wrist and smacks the pebble she just burped out into the palm of my hand.
Ew! I can feel the slobber. Gross!
Death Valley forces my hand shut. Oh god, I can't toss it. I have to hold it. Someone help.
Quit your skirming. This thing is me.
That doesn't make me feel any better!
Well, it should. You don't think Freckles makes the trek into town on foot, do you?
What?
I dare to open my hand and look at the bullet-shaped pebble, still coated with a sheen of spit.
You know how when you hold someone's hand, it lets you take them anywhere in the park? Same concept. As long as you know where you're going, this right here will take you anywhere in my realm.
She gives them rocks. I shut my eyes and feel. An isolated ember of pure energy dances in my hand.
Incredible.
The fact that she possesses enough power to do something like this must mean the public perception of this park is intense. To say the least. It makes sense. What, with a stock name like Death Valley?
Yeah, it's a real showstopper.
But why give me this?
Don't think you're special. I pass it off to the other pain in the ass whenever she goes boozing. Just thought I might give you some leverage. You know, in case talking don't work.
She sniffs and turns away.
She has me out there cruising for dead things every once in a while. I can sniff them out, real easy.
With a nod, she gestures her head at a rolled-out blanket. Lined up in a row, placed with great care and intention, are the mangled corpses of small animals. Limbs missing, eyes gone. The whole scene looks ritualistic.
You get a good sense for it if you're out here long enough. You see stuff. It ain't a place for living.
I know. Your park... Well, you are gorgeous. But I don't understand why Eve would even test her luck in this place.
Oh my god, is that a compliment?
I do.
On the blanket is a raven. Its body is soft, squished, like it's more meat than bird. Its feathers blow in the wind. Eve Adams, what has the world done to you? Slam. Eve steps outside, the cabin door clamoring shut behind her. The entire building rumbles and sways. I'm certain it has never been up to code. I am doubly certain that Death Valley built it herself. The door slides off the hinges and falls to the ground.
Huh.
Yo, Death! Happened again!
Yeah, 'cause you're too rough with it, dumbass!
Nah, pretty sure it's just not built right.
With a backpack slung over her shoulder, Eve limps over. Whenever she takes a step, I can hear bottles and cans clang together in her bag.
I hope one day you slam it so hard the splinter stab you in the liver, and that all the recycled booze inside you leaks into your lungs, and you drown in a pool of piss and bottom cell vodka!
Oh my god.
Love you too. Now hand over the pebble.
That was intense. Eve puts out an expectant hand. Death Valley punches it away.
Give it to your girly friend. Now get lost.
Your what? Girly friend? Girly friend? You're right.
Girly friend.
Girly friend. I am a hopeless pock. Someone please return me to the earth so I may be stripped of all sentience and be unable to embarrass myself further.
Whoa, 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 whoa! You can't just go doing that!
Now where's that hammer? Oh yeah, Shrimpy, you seem kinda useful. Come help me with this.
Oh, okay. Just a moment. Bye, Dwayne.
Sweat sprays off of Zion's wings like mist as she flaps by us and joins Death Valley in heading towards the cabin. Eve, for once in her life, is not the center of attention and goes ignored.
Ooh, can I lend a hand too?
Nope, you creep me out.
Why, I oughta.
Why I oughta.
Well, I'm helping anyway, whether you like it or not.
She's so mean to Yellowstone, actually. Yellowstone rushes to catch up, but not before checking in with us.
You cool cats don't have too much fun now, you hear?
Don't know what that is.
Sincerity isn't something Eve does well, or at all. Yellowstone turns to me instead.
What's the diagnosis, Doc?
Chronic case of attitude with an onset of despair. Without treatment, it could be terminal.
Yellowstone springs a hug on Eve. Her shoulders go tense, then limp, as Yellowstone squeezes tighter. Eve doesn't return it.
I'm rooting for you, Evo. Really.
Oh. The one-sided hug goes on until the silence breaks it apart.
Let me cook something for you again soon, okay?
Yellowstone gives Eve a weak smile. Eve looks to the ground. The hurt on Yellowstone's face is enough to make me want to scold Eve until the sun sets. But the more time we spend here, the less time we can spend fixing this problem. I nod to the cabin. Yellowstone runs off towards the others, one arm wiping her arms, while the other wipes her head.
That was rather cruel of you, Ranger Adams.
Cruel is when you try to force someone not to forget.
Is that so? I consider it a kindness.
Whatever you're doing isn't gonna work.
I offer her my hand, though it's not a choice.
Then we better hurry up and fail, wouldn't you say?
Stovepipe Wells. That was the name Eve gave me. And that was the name I thought of as I clutched her calloused hand and squeezed the pebble in my pocket. The familiar static crackles around us, and the breeze of traversing through nothingness is a welcomed relief from the numbing heat. But relief is fleeting and suffering is forever, because as soon as I'm used to being wrapped in the arms of my origin, we're sucked back to reality. My feet land on solid concrete, hot enough to feel through the soles of my shoes. Eve can't stick the landing and stumbles. I hoist her up before she can fall on her face, as entertaining as that would be. She yanks herself away from me. I try to not dwell on it. The time for reconciliation will surely come.
This is it?
Mm-hmm.
She limply gestures around us. Across the parking lot is a building painted a weathered and faded green. The wooden sign over the entrance reads, General Store, in kitschy Old West font. The barrels and dilapidated carriages decorating the gravel aren't any more tasteful either. 2 gas pumps are shaded by a portico. One is out of order. On the other side of the street is a motel that I am certain has hourly rates.
It's close, and they'll recycle my bottles for me. Anywhere else would be a waste of time.
What the fuck would they need hourly rates for? Oh, the fuck did you pronounce that word on the fly? I have no idea. As if that explains everything. It does not. She exits the conversation and starts for the entrance.
What's the point, though?
I catch up and march behind her. Have her manners completely evaporated in this last month?
The point is the same reason anyone goes to a gas station. To refuel.
She wiggles her backpack. The bottles inside rattle.
Cute. Very cute.
It's still not the response I'm looking for. Come on, give me something to play off of. Something that will let this conversation snowball into something more important. A nearby monolith carved of steel and wood lists off all attractions in the area. Gas station, motel, a saloon.
Why not just answer your true calling and become the sad barfly of your dreams? There's a watering hole right over there. I'm sure they'll give you a discount if you buzz around long enough.
I wait for the smarmy backtalk, but once again, I'm ignored. Two children run out of the children's store and frolic in the parking lot. Their exhausted parents follow soon after. The father gags as he passes Eve. She either doesn't care or pretends not to. Black dirt streams down her face along with sweat.
Oh, I get it now. You just don't want to be around the tourists. Eve, an island unto herself, even in the midst of self-destruction.
Eve stops. She scratches her head and stares down. Dandruff flakes off her scalp.
Tourists are fine. They're living their lives and want to see interesting places while they still have the chance. Nothing wrong with that. I just don't want to spend the time I have left getting sloshed with them. That's all.
That was not the answer I expected. And the fact that she gave it rather frightens me. Maybe she was coming around before. Maybe she had been changing. But regardless of what was happening then, this is not the same Eve I knew a month ago.
So dramatic.
I demean it with an eye roll. Not out of actual sarcasm, but because I want to ignore it. Nothing is permanent. No one stays the same. Yet the idea of her morphing and devolving this quickly, it shakes me. It's too much, too quick. The ravages of time changes those I love is a mercy compared to watching them surrender to the pain.
Hang tight. I'll be out in a few.
She's already halfway through the door as she says it. I follow, but she kicks the door shut on her way in. It's an inch away from slamming into my face.
I was planning on waiting out here anyway.
My hand falls limp.
Pathetic.
I can't even summon the energy and triumph to put her in her place. A sad turn of events indeed. Peering inside the tinted window, I watch Eve stop at a crooked landscape painting hanging on the wall. Looks like it could be someplace in Death Valley, although I suppose it could be any desert. Her head cocks to the side as she straightens out the painting. Her work done, she heads straight for the liquor shelves. One of the clerks at the counter nudges their co-worker and points at her. They whisper something and laugh. She must know exactly the impression she's giving. But knowing Eve, I'm sure she doesn't care. But I care. She looks like some kind of scavenger. Scanning the rest of the store doesn't yield much more insight. It's a small market. One last chance for people to stock up before going out there. Pockets of this park have been tamed, made suitable for camping and sightseeing, but most of it is still wild and desolate. The desert is a transcendent place. It's also dangerous. That's what Eve likes about it, I'm sure of it. I collapse into one of the rocking chairs in the shade of the store. The aged wood creaks under my tired body. If this is what she wants, truly wants, then why am I bothering with all of this? She isn't even attempting to communicate. It's a question I've avoided, so I can gather up all of the gusto and bravery I need to drag her back. Dwelling on anything else would have been a detriment to the task at hand up until this point. But now, I'm faced with either answering it or leaving her here. I know how that would end.
What am I going to do?
Her receipt blows across the parking lot like a tumbleweed. It lodges against the fence and gets stuck. I reach into my pocket. The pebble Death Valley gave me scrapes against my knuckles, but I ignore it and slip out a sheet of paper. The words at the top of the page become visible as I unfold it. Tell us how we're doing. I smirk as I read the fine cursive squeezed onto the limited space. A performance evaluation of Eve from a visitor at my park. Her supervisor dropped a stack of them off to her to read a while back. Now that I think about it, she probably didn't get a chance to read this one because I claimed it so quickly. Ever since, I've been carrying it with me wherever I go. In my darkest moments, when I was despairing about what will ultimately become of me, how one day the personality I am now will wither and molt. It was this sheet of paper that made me realize the truth. I have Eve to thank for that. For many things. So maybe that's why I'm here. But because I'm indebted to do the same thing she did for me. What is it she's called me before? The Queen Bitch? Well, apologies, Miss Ranger. My desires outweigh yours in this instance, and the Queen will get what she wants. As soon as I figure out how to yank her into a state of vulnerability. Not easy. Until then, we'll be stuck in this cycle of me poking at her, and her not taking the bait until we go back to Death Valley's cabin. I can't let that happen. She feels too safe there. I fold the paper and slide it back in my pocket. The pebble falls out and lands on the concrete.
Just perfect.
Bending out of the chair, I squat down and search for it. The ground is covered in a layer of sand and gravel blown in from the desert. I reach for what I assume is the pebble, then stop. Another pebble, maybe the real pebble, rests a few inches away. Same general shape, same general size, same general color.
Huh.
Not gonna lie, kinda pissed. I only got a lousy $8.35 for everything I recycled today. Damn near an entire liquor cabinet I turned in, and not even enough for a 6-pack. The state of California must have it out for me. My savings are depleting faster than I expected to. That's a problem. I'm already waking up in the middle of the night with the shakes if I go to bed without a little something. It'll be a lot worse if I don't have any cash. To get angry over things outside of my control never got me anywhere. Nowhere good, at least. The inevitability is that I will eventually run out of money, and the inevitability is that I'm still going to drink until that happens. Inevitability follows us like a ghost. If you can't stop it, then you may as well acknowledge the powerful force that it is. The clerk half chuckles as they yell out, "Stay safe out there!" I'm out the door already when their co-workers start cracking up. Guess I'm already making waves. Yosemite is bending over tying her shoe or something when I step outside. I was fully expecting her to follow me in there. Figured the whole reason she tagged along was so she could patronize me. I don't think she'd let the door stop her.
Alright, let's go.
Oh my god, Marcy said make good choices. Hey, yeah! Oh my god, that's crazy! That's me! She jolts up.
Oh, that was quick. Must be used to this, huh?
She lost the pebble. Ah, there it is. Always the critic. Mostly correct.
Take us back, Yosemite.
About that. She doesn't quit back.
No, I don't believe I will. I came here to talk to you.
She also lost it.
I came all this way just to talk to you. Please don't shut me down, Eve.
Where's all this sincerity coming from? I'm talking to Yosemite, right?
Have we seen Jessie in this episode? No. I miss her.
I mean it. You came all the way out here and refused to go back. I want to know why. But you can't even be bothered to tell me.
Hi, Umba. Hello.
I'm not obligated to spell it out just so you can prove a point. You already know why I'm out here.
I don't need you to spell it out for me to prove my point.
Feel free.
You feel guilty. That's all it is. Pup shouldn't have been there to begin with, and a child gets crippled because of it. I'm not saying your reason is bad.
Interesting theory.
That's just a theory.
But your response, rather extreme, I would say. No one other than Jessie can tie you back to the incident, and she stayed quiet. You can feel guilty back with me in Yosemite.
So, you're wrong, but I appreciate the attempt. We done now?
Not until you come back.
See, when you started staging this little intervention, you should have considered that maybe, just maybe, this was a choice I made. And that I don't go through life acting only on hysterics and impulse. Hard to believe, I know.
Thank you so much for joining us today, Teddy. Thank you so much again for the raid. Stay safe, make good choices, and I hope you have a good rest of your evening. Sleep well.
What? This isn't an intervention. We didn't even know what you were doing down here before last night. We just wanted to see you. Convince you to come back. If we were lucky. I missed you.
Oh.
And I hope I didn't contribute to you leaving.
She says all of this without looking at me, trying to hide her earnest blush. I know she's being honest. Yosemite has too much pride to grovel and lie. This is coming from someplace real. Someplace I don't think would have ever showed me if we hadn't gone through everything we had together. It makes me happy to know that she cares, that they all do. But it's also a depressing reminder of why it is I need to stay here, and what should be done with depressing thoughts. Numb contemplation. I reach into the brown paper bag I brought out of the store with me and unscrew the $11 bottle of Tito's. At first, I go for a swig, but stop myself before it reaches my lips.
You didn't do anything to make me leave. I can say that because I missed you too. A lot.
Oh my god.
And I don't think you'll ever really know how much you tracking me down means to me. I don't think you'll ever really know how much it pisses me off either.
She gives her first annoyed sigh of the day. Can't believe she held off this long. Must be a new record.
It's just like you to contradict yourself in the same breath.
Yeah, it is. And I don't care. Because I don't want the sentiment.
I point at the wide-brimmed hat she's wearing. I'm more than familiar with it.
I don't want you to show up wearing my old hat. I don't want you to be anything less than the egotistical pain in the ass you have always been, for the sole purpose of exposing your vulnerability to me.
Yosemite squishes the hat down to her scalp, as if to confirm it's still there. Water absorbed from her hair streams out of it like a squeezed sponge.
What I want is to stay here, to reflect here, to sundown here. Get it?
No, I don't!
Then I guess you'll have to go through life with the knowledge that you can't understand everything. Dang!
Ooh, that one was harsh, actually.
Not true.
She wags a finger at me.
Not true? Because I don't have to take us back. Not as long as you don't give me a straight answer, and not as long as I have this.
Beaming like a supernova that's about to go lights out after I deck her in the face, Yosemite holds up one of Death Valley's pebble bullets between her finger and her thumb.
You want to bet?
I don't need to.
I chuck the paper bag at her, the bottle included. She narrowly dodges. Vodka sprays everywhere. Her mouth gapes open in offended defiance.
You meant for that to hit me!
I don't think it's the correct rock, Snacky, I'm not gonna lie. Hang on! I charge at her. She's not going to let it be easy, so I may as well resort to escalation and get this out of the way.
Hey! Let's be reasonable here!
I slap one hand on her shoulder and grip it. Good for leverage. She yelps, more in shock than pain. I stick my foot between her legs to throw her off balance.
This is me being reasonable! Now hand over the pebble!
I grab at it, but all she has to do is lift her arm up for it to be out of my reach. Stupid Yosemite, she's too damn tall.
Absolutely not! You can't seriously be serious!
As serious as you are, redundant!
Maybe it's the sobriety. Maybe it's the adrenaline. Whatever it is, I'm going to use my short, porcupine stature to my advantage. I headbutt her in the chest.
Ugh.
She hunches over. Now's my chance. I snag at her hand. She moves it. I only grab her wrist.
I always knew. Your head was soft.
Give it!
Squirming my hand up her palm, I wrestle her fingers open. Her pinky,
Do you know how stupid this looks?
her ring finger.
We're wrestling in a parking lot like a couple of crackheads!
Her middle finger.
Are you joking? You already look like one!
Her index finger. She stashes the pebble on her thumb.
Mind your own business, goddammit!
Static envelops around us. It crackles through my hair, then thick darkness. A rush of wind pushes up from beneath us. The darkness falls away. Around us, the world blinks into existence. My grip on Yosemite goes limp, and I look around. Mountains are in the distance. Instead of concrete, we're standing on shrubs and dirt. No buildings, no gas pump, no people. Yeah, you kind of lucked out there. This isn't stovepipe wells. Yosemite breaks away from me. Why did she...
No! Don't!
I reach to stop her as soon as I realize what she's doing. Yosemite tosses the pebble into her mouth. She swallows. My hands catch my falling head as I begin to process her stunt. She couldn't. She wouldn't. But she did. My mouth opens in a tiny scream. She gives an embarrassed glance, an awkward laugh.
Why don't we just call this a draw?
A draw? She still thinks this is a game? Of course she doesn't have enough self-awareness, enough self-conception to realize that her selfish actions have consequences for other people. The sun sears my neck. It's up in the middle of the sky right now, more brown than yellow. Sweat drips from my nose. The only shade around is Yosemite's chatter. Thoughts. What are thoughts? Imagery, words. I've heard it's different for everyone. Wonder what it's like to have thoughts instead of blind rage coursing through the very essence of your soul, hate in all 7 chakras of your being. She finally did it. She finally killed me.
Crazy bitch! Do you have any idea what you just did?
Yes,
She doesn't. Not a clue.
but I would like to hear you say it for the satisfaction.
Mind gone. Time to scream. We'll think again one day. Was Eve's V8's rent due? Because that was insane. Like, goddamn. This heat is killing me. It's like I'm having my own private summer. But I'm indoors, and I don't even remember what month it is anymore because of the stinking temperature. Not to mention the weird noise. I knew people were supposed to see all kinds of funky things after they've been in the desert for a bit. Shamans, the ghost of Jim Morrison, maybe even Oasis or two. But no one ever talks about weird noises. It ain't beeping or nothing, just like a fridge buzzing, but really big and coming from everywhere.
Hey, cute, blonde, and useless. If you're going to help, then quit with the daydreaming.
Huh? Sorry about that. Could have sworn I heard something.
It was probably just Dwayne. He makes noises.
Love Dwayne.
Not love Dwayne. No.
Love Dwayne.
Love Dwayne.
Yeah, real cute girls. Don't care who it is, but somebody better get me that nail. And his name is Cerberus, not Dwayne.
Sorry, Miss Valley. Here it is.
Uh-huh.
Zion passes Val with a nail. She doesn't waste any time driving that sucker as hard as she can into flimsy wood. Pound, pound, pound.
Say, if cute little rocks are always causing such a ruckus, why don't you just go somewhere safer?
Park's named Death Valley, not Pain in the Ass Stone City. My place first.
Do you remember when they showed up?
Val scrunches her face, giving it a think.
Probably after me. Don't really care. Been raising hell for as long as I can remember.
If they're so stubborn, how come you don't build something sturdier?
You see any good building material out here?
I'm picking up what you're putting down, but these old boards are so busted, they barely even look like boards anymore.
That's a good point. Miss Valley, are you sure they're even providing much cover now?
Doing a whole lot of talking about a whole lot of stuff I can't fix. There. Doors as good as new.
Yeah, I realized I probably shouldn't say pound out loud because someone's gonna clip that and take it out of context. A nail falls off as the last word leaves her lips. Guess that's that.
What do we do now?
When are Yosemite and Miss Eve supposed to be back?
It might be a minute. They've got some stuff to hash out if you catch my drift.
Gonna be longer than un minuto. Don't hold your breath unless you want to suffocate. In fact, I'd say there's more of a chance that only the tall one comes back.
Do you think the stones could get her?
So-called heat stroke, starvation, hypothermia, dehydration, and rattlesnakes. And if none of that does her in, then great. But if I were you, I'd get all my crying out of the way now.
No way, Jose. I'm saving these tears for when we're all cozy and snug back home. Eve ain't the type to keel over that easily. If any two people can work together and survive this place, it's them.
Yeah, clearly your pointy-eared amigo is real level-headed. Why else would she drive all the way out here for some dumb mortal?
Yeah, why would she drive out all the way for some dumb mortal? Yeah, that's so crazy. I couldn't relate. Oh, I hate this. How can she say stuff so awful? Yosemite's gotten so much better. She used to be super grumpy, and nowadays she's mostly just sad.
Just shut your pie hole and have a little faith.
Faith moves mustard seeds, not corpses, freak show.
Okay, that's it. If she gets any meaner, she's gonna end Western civilization.
Now quit talking. I'm trying to focus.
Calm down, Yellowstone. She doesn't know them like we do.
Darn Skippy! She was here for an entire month and this gunslinger didn't do zilch except help make Eve sadder.
Love Fury where one person runs after the other like that. Real. It is so it is delicious. It is tasty. The gunslinger doesn't say anything back. She seems distracted. I know my noggin gives people the willies sometimes, but she seems the type to give me back some fighting words.
Hold it.
Here it comes. Just gotta remember all that fancy stuff Yosemite used to scream at me and use it against her.
You ain't no sheriff in my book.
No, seriously, shut up.
Oh my goodness! Hello, everybody! Hello! Hi, Salty Krogo. Thank you so much for the raid. Hello, everybody. How are you all doing today? Oh my goodness. How is everything? How are your games? What did you get? What were you playing today? Oh my goodness. Hello. Welcome. For a little introduction, for those of you who don't know, my name is Marielle Aurelia. I am Keeper of the Flames and Idol of Natural Disasters. It's a pleasure to meet you all today. We are playing National Park Girls. It is a Women Love Women visual novel. We are on chapter 5, which is the final chapter. Women are pretty in this game and they do some silly things. You played Wolf Tales? Hell yeah! How was it? How did you go? Oh my goodness. Welcome to the Toxic Yuri. Yeah, no, it's definitely interesting. It's an amazing. Oh my god. If I could ever recommend a visual novel. I finished both good endings today. Had a good time. Nice! Oh my god, you were winning today. Hell yeah. We are finishing up on this one. I'm so excited. We're finishing. I don't know if there's alternate endings. I think there's just the one ending, which is like, hell yeah. But oh my god. That sounds amazing.
And how about you put your dukes up and
So gonna play National Park Girls. Honestly, it's amazing. I have been loving every second of this one. It's like the right level of funny and just soul crushing. Like, out of all of the visual novels I've played so far, this is a very, like, this is second place. This, like, absolutely second place in terms of, like, how much I love this. And, like, I swear on it. It has the right beats to take you from laughing to just pain. And it doesn't even hesitate. It's like, okay, you're gonna feel sad now. And you're like, all right, I'll be sad right now. Let's go. And then it's like, oh, okay, but now you're gonna be frustrated. And you're like, well, I was just sad like 2 minutes ago. But if you say so. Genuinely. It's such a good game. Sounds promising then. Oh, absolutely. Like, I am still very biased to Please Be Happy, but my god, does this game give it a run for its money. It is so good. I am loving every second of it. Plus, it has a character called Jessie, and I am very emotionally attached to her. She's not here right now, but I have hope that she'll be back soon. I miss her already.
Get down!
Death Valley shoves her entire weight over me and we fall to the floor. I get the slightest peek of the ceiling before her hat falls on my face. Oh.
Yellowstone, are you okay?
Oh my god, it spoke words. I turn my head and see one of the little rock fellas grabbing at me. Val takes her revolver and blasts that little guy 2 ways to Tuesday.
Rotten hell! I just fixed that window yesterday!
It spoke!
Stupid rock!
Also, I'm not gonna lie, my thoughts every time I see the purple of Death Valley against the yellow is giving me thoughts. Because it's purple and yellow, and I can't not associate those two colors with anything other than one thing.
What's up, bitches? I heard you were talking about Toxic Yuri. You ow 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 oh yeah.
Bumblebee, real. And also the other one.
Holy smokes. I didn't even see it coming.
Yeah! There's the two.
Golly, you really saved my skin.
Yeah, you don't say! Damn it. Now I've got to get more boards and fix it. Never heard them this pissed before.
Maybe they have feelings about the volcano,
You said you don't remember everything about them, right? Well, maybe they remember you. Isn't that comforting?
No, absolutely not. The gunslinger stares out the hole the little guy just made.
Shrimpy, do me a favor and peek out the other window. Things ain't looking too great on this side.
Zion flaps over to the other side of the cabin. I take my chance to be useful and follow her.
Huh. Yes, I see. Miss Valley, is it normal for them to close in like this?
Oh no. I scooch my way over and catch a glimpse of them. They're doing some kind of funky movements out there. Like they're all trying to run over each other. Kinda scary though.
You don't reckon that fella from earlier was talking to me, do ya?
Oh, big rock! Maybe. Miss Valley, have they ever said anything like that before?
No. They usually just gurgle nonsense before I send them to their last judgment. Maybe they just like freak show here.
You're getting way too big for your britches, Missy. I'll have you know that.
Wait, you're Yellowstone, yeah?
Don't wear it out, punk.
That head of yours just for show, or can it actually do something?
Oh no.
Oh, I'd like to show you exactly what it can do.
Resin Tempo, I think you're about to get exactly
Calm
what
down
you
there,
asked for.
Hephaestus. I've got a plan.
Hephaestus. Oh my god.
Half a what now? That was another mean insult, wasn't it?
Spit it out! Throw it up if you have to!
I refuse.
Eyeing her gut. Wait, wrong voice. Eyeing her gut, I ball my hand into a fist and crack my knuckles.
Guess I've got no choice then.
You wouldn't punch me, Eve. That would be a bridge too far, even for you.
She's gonna punch you.
Remember what happened the last time you said that?
She spreads her arms out and waits, completely vulnerable. Free shot. My fingers dig deeper into the palm of my hand. I swing my arm back and... Damn it, I can't do it.
Ugh, you're unbelievable!
Oh. Hey, Sam. Oh, big stretch. That was a good stretch. Maureen says they love you. Yeah. I thank you for the slow. Big yawn. Oh, you got a slow blink and a big yawn. Oh, that was insane. Oh, that was cute, actually. Yeah. Oh, and hydrate. You were very excited then. She had her head down, and when I said her name, she was like, hello? Oh, a search for me? You know what? That's crazy. I can do that. Cinder deserves the world and more. She's a terror at the moment. But I am very excited because for the first time since Saturday night, she's at the top of her cat tower, which she hasn't done. So I'm really excited right now, and I'm trying to downplay it because she wouldn't go up there for the last few days. But she's back up on her tower. So she is now looking down on everyone again. She's been laying at like the bottom. Like there's a tiny little low like step, and she's been sleeping there. Which she's never done before. She's never had interest in this spot, and it was so strange for me because she just would not go up there after she came back. And I was like, what the hell does this mean? But now she's up there tonight, and I'm really happy for her. Isn't Cinder also the name of that evil lady in Ruby? It sure is! Cinderfall from Ruby. She about to rule the world again, as she should. I think she deserves a little bit of, like, ruling the world as a treat. Cinder is also part of the name of a character from a book series that she's named after. I storm away and kick up a cloud of sand that flies back into my face.
It just means I have to be seen to be believed.
You're this close, Yosemite! This close!
Warrior kids, yeah.
Until what, exactly? Until you stop this tantrum and come home with me?
Well, that's not happening now! Ever! I'm going to die horribly because of you!
Ugh, don't be so dramatic.
I think... because she saw a different rock similar. So does she think that the other rock is also the same? Is she gonna, like, go to pull out the second rock and be like, haha, I can do this, and then it's wrong and it's not actually the correct one? Come home with her. I don't know the context, but that's gay. They're being gay. They're having a heart-to-heart right now, or but they're trying to have a heart-to-heart one right now. One of them is not having the vibes for it, but we know she just downed the correct one. So what if the other one that she had, because she found that other one, is not actually what she thinks it is?
Dramatic! You think this is dramatic? There's no way for us to get back to the others now. Maybe you can survive out here, but without my supplies, I'm basically a walking corpse!
Can't she still teleport because she swallowed the rock? I mean, that would be kind of funny if she can still teleport via downing it.
You already were. The only reason you came to this place to begin with is because you're just waiting to die.
She's actually calling me out on it. I can't believe her, and her words linger in the air. She seems to have some trouble believing that she even said it herself too. What right does she even have to question the things I want to do to myself? None.
You know what? At least that's more graceful than dying of thirst. Or heat stroke. Or any of the things you just decided you're willing to subject me to.
I mean, there is one option.
What?
Take my hand and come back to Yosemite National Park with me.
Ooh.
No. No! Don't even try bringing it up because I'm not going to!
It would be instantaneous.
No! I left for a reason, and you should respect it! Besides, what about Yellowstone and Zion? You're just willing to leave them here? I wouldn't put it past you!
They could always teleport back to the cabin. Although...
I thought she would make Eve drink out of her hair.
they wouldn't know what happened to us unless we told them. I didn't think of that.
Oh my god, Yosemite. Yosemite frowns to herself as she realizes her brilliant plan has a few holes in it, and she just fell through one of them.
Congratulations! You've stranded us both.
I stomp out to space occupied by a few less shrubs than others. There's still a few scattered around though, and I feel them snag against my skin as I plop on top of them back first. The sky is divided in two. One half of the sky is a dusty brown, while the other is a sterile blue.
What are you doing?
Now I can finally lay down and die.
What's it look like? I'm waiting. God!
That's a reference from a musical I like. What else is there to do? Test our luck and try to find help? About 20 years ago, there was this family of German tourists that went missing out here. Car got stuck in a ditch and they went to look for help. Their remains weren't found until 13 years later. Bleak stuff. Gang's all here, now we can die together.
I have a question.
Oh, I thought you only had answers. Shocking.
Death Valley. Does she have a portrait like Zion, Yellowstone, and I? Like the ones hanging up in the cabin back home?
Yeah, it's hanging up at the gas station at Stovepipe Wells for safekeeping. Why do you care?
I sit up and look at her. She still has that frown on her face, and now she's squirming too. You only have yourself to blame for this, sweetie.
Well, the only reason I'm able to go to Yellowstone and Zion from the cabin is because I'm within viewing distance of their portraits. That, or they take me themselves. So, if I'm able to see where the portrait is, I should be able to take us directly to Death Valley, wherever she happens to be.
Whole lot of good that does us. We're God knows where. How would we be able to see it? Wait.
What?
I spring to my feet and start spinning around.
Hold on. I think I've got it.
Come on, please let us be able to see it from here.
Yes! This is perfect!
Look at her bouncing. Yosemite cowers, her head sinking into her shoulders like a turtle. But holy crap, it's too perfect. Our prospects just shut up dramatically. I couldn't quit laughing if I wanted to.
You're kind of freaking me out.
Look over there!
I point to a mountain about 20 clicks away.
That's Telescope Peak. It's the highest point in the entire park. Perfect 360 view of this whole section.
Yosemite's eyes shoot wide open as she catches on.
So, if we get to the top, then we'll be able to see Stovepipe Well, including the store.
There we go. That's our ticket.
Yosemite, always the killjoy, tries to throw cold water on the ideal.
That's awfully far away, though. Are you sure you would be okay?
Nope. I really don't have much of a choice now, do I?
Almighty Cheater, thank you so much for following. How are you today? She better not forget. We're in this situation because of her. Oh, you fell asleep? Oh, did you have a good sleep at least?
You didn't give me a lot of options.
Yeah, that was on purpose.
Nice, nice, nice. I glare at her. There's real anger behind it too. I always thought Yosemite had enough in common with me to respect my choices, even if she didn't agree with them. I don't just feel pissed off that she was willing to take it this far. I feel a little betrayed. Finally, she sighs.
All right, I'm sorry. No more tricks if we make it up the mountain. I'll take you to Death Valley, no questions asked. Happy now? Are those dopamine receptors activated?
Nope, but thanks for promising the bare minimum.
Oh my god.
You're welcome. But in the meantime, I don't plan on just giving up and letting things stay as they are. And you better prepare yourself for... Where are you going?
I stop for the mountain. She's going to be like this for the rest of the day anyway, so may as well get a move on.
To safety, with any luck. Now quit burning daylight and hustle.
Her breathing gets harder as she hurries to catch up to me. Dunes of sand and hills of rock stand between us and the mountain, and thanks to Yosemite, it looks like we'll be climbing over all of them. This Yellowstone? Yeah.
You want me to do what?
Shoot your volcano at those hijo de putas. Don't tell me it's just for decoration.
I can make tea, but using it as a weapon feels kinda...
Oh, I'm sorry. I must have imagined them trying to bash your brains in since you've gotten here.
Well, yeah, they're bloodthirsty, but they're also kinda cute, right?
Bloodthirsty Yellowstone. Bloodthirsty.
Yeah, bloodthirsty.
Glad one of you has some sense.
Looky here, I need to be mad to do it in the first place. I can bring myself to a boil just fine, but someone has to make me real peeved to get a full-on lava shower.
Yeah.
And what does that?
I don't know, usually not feeling respected and stuff.
Oh.
Well, I don't respect you. Does that help?
Jesus. Oh, she makes me so mad.
Little bit, yeah. But even Yosemite are way better at it.
Why would you ever let a mortal talk down to you?
I don't know, that's just what everyone does. Including you, I might add.
Good. Means I'm doing something right.
Making me angry is doing something right?
Does not.
Is that how little my feelings matter here?
Does too. And you know what, you little freak? I want you to channel that.
I'm asking very nicely for you to not call me that.
Oh, come on. That's what you are. A little sideshow weirdo.
Oh, I'm getting mad.
Miss Valley, I really don't think this is...
Put it to good use, clown girl. Show me you ain't entirely useless and can
God.
direct that energy.
Oh my god. Why is she like this? Why does she have to be so mean? I can feel my eyes getting all misty, my head getting all hot, like there's fire burning up inside of me and rising.
Uh-oh. She's gonna flip her lid.
Perfect. Now, just make sure to do it out there.
The gunslinger kicks me in my keister. If it weren't for the fact that I stumbled right out the door, I'd pop my top right here and now. All I'm seeing is red and orange and red and orange and red and orange and red and orange. Smoke is shooting out of my head as quick as a train engine. I take a step forward, hard steps, violent steps. These bratty little stones, they're gonna... Oh, shucks, they're just little guys. No, Yellowstone, bloodthirsty. They're bad rocks. I need to...
made you stop? Get out there and kill!
This isn't the way. It's not my way.
I'm not gonna do it.
Ay, give me a break.
Look, violence ain't the solution. I know you like shooting your problems away, but we have to try something else.
Try telling that to those things!
I know, but those stones, they remind me of people. Folks that were also like angry little rocks, doing angry little things. But violence and nastiness never did anything for them. What made them better was...
Gay people.
I swear to me I'm gonna puke if you finish that sentence.
Val looks angry, like she's ready to run up and deck me in the face.
Zion!
I look to my little earth angel. If anyone's gonna get it, I know it's her.
I know they're all bloodthirsty and angry and jagged, but I can't just blast them away like that. What if we did that to Miss Eve when she first showed up, huh?
That's a little different, Yellowstone.
But you get what I mean, right?
Oh, Yellowstone.
We just saw them talk, I think. Can't we at least try talking back? Establish some good old-fashioned communication?
Are you crazy? They don't want to talk to you.
Maybe, but it's worth a shot.
Zion looks down, but when her eyes come back up, they seem certain. She floats over to my side.
I agree with Yellowstone. We at least have to try.
They did the splitting again. I like that.
Zion!
You two are hopeless!
Just have some faith, Val.
Val glares at me like she's about to whip out that gun of hers.
I guess you're Val now. Good luck, Yellowstone.
Val steps forward and grabs my shoulder. I jump back a bit.
I think you mean good luck to us. It's about to get real bloody.
Val like Valorant. Oh no, Neki, no. The static goes around us and we teleport outside. When we get out, we're about 15 feet away from where we started. Not sure I've ever teleported this short of a distance before.
Hey! Hellspot! Don't eat this! Just listen to it!
Val teleports away just as quickly as she brought me in. I'm totally alone now. Staring down a buttload of angry killer rocks. Oh boy. Zion scurries back into the cabin and peeks out from a hole.
You've got this, Yellowstone. Just make the first move.
Big rock.
Right.
I step forward and wave my arms towards them.
Hey, party people! What's the hippie haps?
Who are doing the voices for the rocks? Because honestly, incredible. 10 out of 10. You are everything to me. What are these voices? How do you do that?
Yeah, that's right. It's me, Big Rock.
Like, I am so fascinated with the voices of the rocks. What is this?
Did you just call me dude?
No way!
They speak the lingo.
They speak the lingo.
Why are you trying to hurt us?
Oh my god. One stone starts sliding towards me. The rest stay behind.
Howdy, little fella. Can you tell me what the hippity haps are? We're just minding our own beeswax and you're trying to murder us and junk.
What? Because your bud is acting up and bopping us.
I can't believe they speak.
That's the big idea with this popping and bopping. It's not very hopping.
What is happening?
That's a Val thing. She's a bit terrible. What I want to do is figure out why you guys are fighting so we can not die.
Big Rock, you and the Reaper are buds?
What is happening?
Well, yeah, I guess so. She's kind of mean, but so are most of my friends.
The Gaggler Rocks gossip to each other in a funky rock language I can't understand.
Big Cheese wants to chat. You dig
What?
Big Rock?
Big cheese?
Big Cheese? Like the president of rocks?
Touts.
Tarts? I think I'm having a breakdown myself.
Radical.
I look back to Zion and Val, watching from the hole in the cabin. Val's staring wide-eyed, completely speechless. Guess this is working better than she expected.
I want to bring my friend.
Reaper or small one?
Reaper. She's part of it. I refuse.
She
Cool
refuses.
nickname, though. If things go wrong, just teleport away.
I'm gonna come with you.
Yes, Zion!
Ugh, you're so dead.
Nuh-uh. Then why am I not dead now, smarty pants?
Yeah, plus I can fly. Rocks can't. I'll lift you up if they start being aggressive again.
Oh, you always lift me up, Zion.
Oh my god.
That's because I love you, Yellowstone.
You're so cute!
Zion!
Yellowstone?
Ay Dios. If it'll make you two shut up, then fine.
My god, this is insane. Val swishes her way next to me with Zion.
Ugh, this better work.
Dwayne pokes out from behind Val's leg.
Hero. Hero, hero, hero! Heretic Prince, Heretic Prince!
Hang on! The rocks go on high alert as soon as Dwayne shows his adorable face. They close in on the four of us, circling in like a pack of wolves.
Bring the Heretic Prince, you dig? Dig!
Cerberus! Don't tell me you're
A prince?
What is happening? Our marching goes on. Gravel got into my left through one of the holes. I don't wear socks anymore, so it's been ripping and tearing at the skin between my toes. At a certain point, it started to develop into a blister. Every step I take, the gravel rubs against the small open wound. Still, none of that is as painful as hearing Yosemite's groaning. Can't take a single step without her unleashing a pained moan.
You got something to say, Yosemite? Like an apology?
No, not particularly. It's just that this is excruciating.
I glance over my shoulder. She's 10 feet behind me at least. Her shoulders propel her forward as she walks, with her legs dragging behind her, as nimble and quick as sludge.
And whose
I
fault
love
is
how this
that?
game's final act is between serious relationship issues and talking rocks that sound like surfer dudes praising the sad wet cat to kingdom come as big rock.
Yeah, real. It is insane, the whiplash between the two POVs at the moment.
Yours, clearly. You're the one I drove 500 miles for.
And I would walk 500 miles. And I would walk 500. Every word is punctuated by heavy breathing. She's so dainty. Like a wilting flower. It's kind of funny, actually. The personification of a national park is an out-of-shape nerd. She doesn't have to know that, though. As far as she should be concerned, I think she's an irritating pile of misery that selfishly drags people into her vortex of garbage. But she's an irritating pile of misery that came looking for me. People like Jesse and now Yosemite are always trying to prove something about myself to me. Why do they do that? I know what I am, and they just seem to believe otherwise. It pisses me off.
Well, Yosemite, maybe next time you'll think twice before tossing someone into a life or death scenario to prove a point.
How was I supposed to know it would take us to the middle of nowhere? I don't think. Wait,
Her ears wiggle.
next time? That means there will be more opportunities to teach valuable life lessons, whether you like it or not. And in order for that to happen, we would have to be in close proximity to each other. Which means that you've decided to come home. Oh, Eve, I always knew I would be able to topple those walls you've built.
Oh, you are digging a hole here. Still not used to her calling me Eve. Before it was always Ranger or some kind of snide nickname. Death Valley does the same thing. But I think I prefer Yosemite's nickname more. Even if they do still suck.
You're delusional.
Incorrect. I am merely an optimist.
Liar. You used to tell me that you were a realist.
I changed my mind.
I was doing just fine without you.
No, you weren't.
Which one of us is the liar now?
We've been trudging through the desert for 2 hours now. My hand, already sunburnt from the last month, is starting to form a new layer of bright red. Yosemite doesn't know it, but we were lucky enough to have landed somewhere on the Panamint Range. I figured that was another hour of walking would be able to find a trail that takes us to Telescope Peak. That's where the easy part ends, though. From there, we've got to hike up the whole damn mountain, assuming we manage to make it that far. That's the thing about these girls. They can get hurt or a little roughed up, but they're going to be fine when it's all said and done. As long as nothing happens to their parks, they can heal. I'm not strong enough to bounce back from this stuff, and I'm tired of trying to. I'm so tired.
Are you just going to stew in silence this entire trip? You must have lost your edge out here. Can't even argue properly now.
She's so desperate.
I ever tell you how obvious you are?
Have you ever considered that perhaps I purposefully dumb myself down for your sake?
I snort. Not sure if it's because I'm already out of breath from hiking, or if it's because Yosemite said something stupider than usual.
You have too much pride to dumb yourself down, so I think you're just naturally dumb. And you want to know how I know that, Yosemite? Because you pull out the same tactics as everyone else who has ever tried to get a rise out of me.
The slow, dragging footsteps behind me stop.
There is a difference.
I stop walking and wait.
Unlike them, I actually care about you. I'll keep letting you know that until you're sick of it. Then I'll still keep doing it. Why else would I be walking beside an idiot like you?
When I turn around, she's pulled her hat down over her ears. Eyes. What the hell? Who says that kind of stuff and means it? Someone like Yosemite? What? No, God, stop it, stop it, stop it! If I go down that road, I might actually start to believe she... By the time my dry throat forces me to gulp, the moment has passed. I can see the situation clearly again. Yosemite caring does not make up for her going against what I want. Of course, I already knew she cared. Lots of people care. I care, but caring doesn't change a thing.
I'm only seeing one set of footprints here.
She needs to cut this crap out right now. I'm not going to be able to stand spending the next day with her if she keeps acting like this. I'll lose it.
Well, that's just because I'm carrying you, scrub.
Didn't know your comebacks dealt in Hallmark cards now. You're so well read.
When did you notice the footprints?
Long time ago, when we were in Zion, and you ran off crying into the woods. You giant diva. Leave no trace. Kind of fitting for what you are, don't you think?
What is that supposed to mean?
Her tone is sharp.
Some of us would rather leave a mark than have it fade.
You know I didn't mean it like that.
She's not just trying to start something this time. I touched a nerve. It's not that hard to do when it's her we're talking about. There's a light drumming in the center of my head. A wave of heat ripples through my body. Then a second later I get the chills from sweating. Really wish I was thrashed right about now.
But now that you mention it, it wouldn't kill you to take a little comfort in how good you've got it.
She breathes in deeply and fixes her eyes on me. Yes, the conversation is going there.
I would suggest you choose your next words very carefully.
You know what? No. You were the one who wanted to talk, Yosemite. So let's talk.
I close the distance between us. If I wanted to, I could get in her face real quick. Might still do it too.
This doesn't surprise me anymore. But you've got a pretty warped view about people and how they work. Because you're so self-absorbed, you can't imagine anyone thinking any differently than you. But that's the thing. We couldn't be more different. You want to know why that is?
I will redeem that hydrate before we get into the insanity of what's about to hit us next. Thank you for the hydrate, Redeem. She crosses her arms. What an answer.
Nature is resilient. And guess what you are? Oh, sure. People do a bang-up job of mucking it up. We might even end up fracking our way straight into hell. But remove the sickness, and the foliage and dirt usually wind up bouncing back just fine. A fire can destroy an entire forest. But come back years later, it's a vibrant field. Get it?
Thank you so much for the follow, Bovia Dodger.
You've got rebirth on your side. But most of us happen to be born mortal. So a lot of times, we don't bounce. We fall flat on our face, eat shit, and don't get back up. You can't be beaten down by the way the world is and be broken for good. Your fingers can't get chewed off before your life even begins. Just like that.
So you're sad because it's unfair? Just can't take it anymore? Boo-hoo? There's a lot of things that aren't fair, Eve.
Of course, you can't grasp the concept. Why would you? The last time I saw you, you were a wreck. Now you're as good as new. That's why you should embrace it. You get renewal eventually. Embrace it. The rest of us get one catharsis.
Yosemite breathes violently. Her chest heaves in and out. She balls her hands into fists. Here it comes. After all of this time, she might finally take a swat at me.
I've already been renewed.
Then she walks away towards the mountain.
Hey! Hold on, don't just...
She keeps walking, ignoring me. No snarking off or a flimsy attempt to get the last word in. She just walks.
What the hell? Don't just let me get away with all that.
At least try. Give me a good punch or something. Right in the kisser. Come on, just do it. I've gotten away with so much already. Not once has she ever raised a hand or gotten physical with me. All this time. Even in the parking lot when I was headbutting her. She must take pride in being a pacifist, huh? I hate it so much. She thinks she's enlightened now? Does she think she's made it? That has to be it. The altruism is a farce. It's only so she can herself the authority to save me. For the gratification and ego boost that comes with it. God damn it. This headache sucks. Yosemite sucks. It's all some game. It's all to prove a point or a lack of a point. It's so fruitless. I know how she thinks. I know who she is. I thought I might have known her better than she knew herself. So why is she able to get past it? I thought we were miserable. Together, you know? So if that's not it, if we don't share that, we don't share anything, then my feelings have been clear, crystal, from the very start. I suck in as much of the dry air as my wheezing body will allow. The breath I take in scrapes against my lungs.
I hate you!
Yosemite stops. Now it's her turn. She gets to experience it now. How it feels to be stopped dead in your tracks as every piece of progress you feel like you've made is to be called into question.
I hope you burn to the ground! You! Every tree, every bush, every animal! I hope there's nothing left!
It burns as I scream and my throat feels like I'm gargling nails, but I let the words be as loud as they need to be.
And you know what, Yosemite? I hope no one remembers. Not you, or the wretched park that spawned your useless life!
She rubs her eye. It might have been something that got stuck in there, because she just flicks it away.
Until you're sick of it and then some. Ass.
Keeps walking. Keeps walking. Why does she keep walking? I take one step forward, stumble, and try to catch up. On my 5th step, I stumble again.
Get out of my life! You think I want you and the rest of you freaks here? You're all pathetic! Hypocrite! Self-righteous hypocrite! Just die already!
The distance between us grows larger. I scream at her while closing the distance. Eventually, my voice gives out.
Oh boy, I'm nervous. Y'all ever met a king before?
Every time I look in the mirror.
Val!
Shush your mush. Big cheese mafia's cruising on down.
The stones part, letting one walk. Look at the fucking crown on its head. He has a crown of some kind on his head, slipping off because it doesn't fit quite right. It looks like it's made of cardboard? Did he get it from a burger joint? Damn, Elon's kitchen must have smelled so good from all that. Yeah, no, they're insane. They were cooking something insane for that one. The king clears his rock throat.
What's up?
Hate that.
What's up?
Let me kill them.
I'm with Val on that one.
Miss Valley, no.
What's up?
What's up?
Oh my god, I could be outside.
What's up? What's up?
What's up?
Why is she vibrating so much?
What's up?
Silence.
You know the greeting of my people.
There's a long silence. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. Finally, the king speaks.
That's pretty groovy.
Is he?
I think they like you, Yellowstone.
This is insane.
Aw, jeez, really? Glad someone does.
Welcome, Big Rock. You are now in the place to be. Party Central, baby. I am King Myvia, the big cheese round this popsicle stand.
Why is this just Chicken Joe from Surf's Up? Why is this just Chicken Joe from Surf's Up? That's all he can think of when he speaks. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. Okay.
Howdy-o, Daddy-o.
Okay.
I'm Yellowstone, and these guys are Zion and Val.
Oh, I got the deets on the Reaper. The real dirty deets. Mighty kind of you to bring back my little buddy and deliver the kidnapper to our kingdom. The heretic prince.
Cerberus!
Heretic prince, heretic prince, heretic prince!
How about we just call him the rock formerly known as the Heretic Prince?
Not cool. We gotta be on the same page here, small twig creature.
You will.
See, dudes, he prefers to be called a prince.
Dwayne hops around, probably the most I've ever seen him move so far. And he doesn't look too happy to be called a prince to me.
Silence!
All the stones stop their jibber-jabbering, now quiet as, well, rocks.
Listen up, dudes. The heretic prince and the siren whom's put the shamoves on him shall be met with a horrible death.
Shamoves! They're shamoving! Shamoving!
Yay! Wait, no, that's bad. Why are you doing that?
Smoosh, schmooze.
It's our motto that you have to always be moving, always be grooving. The heretic prince rejects this, so he fled to live a life of sloth and hedonism. Pretty big sin there, man.
Oh, it's also like Crush or whatever his name is from Finding Nemo. Why did I instantly think of Surf's Up first, actually? What is wrong with me?
Moving! And his partner in crime, the one who protects him from his groovy responsibility. Our tormentor for decades. The Reaper.
Did they just hiss? The dozen of stones around us start booing and hissing in unison. A couple of them even throw themselves at Val.
That's right! And I do it all again too, you little devils!
Miss Valley, you're really not helping your case right now.
Yeah, Miss Valley.
Is it so wrong for a father to miss his son? To hate that he chooses not to inherit the holy crown? To not move? To never groove?
This is insane.
Bludgeoning tourists to death is way worse!
Whoa, hang on, let's talk about this.
I don't know what there is to talk about, Big Rock Dude. The heretic prince has rejected the sacred commandment of continuous locomotion. He does not move, nor groove. He can't even go with the flow. Kind of a bummer, man.
But isn't he going with the flow by choosing his own way to go?
Ooh. They're rocks they can't flow. Real. Everyone's quiet.
Drop them deets, Big Rock.
Well, if you guys are going with the flow, maybe the flow's not the same for everyone. Maybe people have different ways of going with the flow. The flow's not always the same way to go, you know?
In the distance of the desert, I hear a bird chirping.
Yes. You've got the flow, but you've got to show me a bit more, you know? I'm just a father who's been missing, reminiscing on his little John Doe.
What is happening?
He's a stone's throw away, as flies the crow, and if you want to see him, you could always come and go. But to execute him now, well, that's just low.
What
I
is
hate
happening?
this so much, just let me go.
Val, you're real for that.
Doing great, Yellowstone. Now hit him with the death blow. Don't think your love is something he'd outgrow. Just needs some room to move his elbow. There you go, Daddy-o.
The big cheese stares down from his mighty rock pile. It's hard to tell what the stones are thinking most of the time, but the little carved out area on his face seems old and ancient. If he were human, I bet he'd have a beard.
Dwayne's just trying to live the way he wants to. He's happy with Val. He's happy being just a little guy.
A little guy.
If you really love him, just be happy he's happy.
He's just a little guy. We were at Toxic Junction. Why are we doing Parappa the Rapper? This episode is a surreal dream real, actually.
Is this true, my prince? Is this what you really want?
I am going to be so amazed at how they conclude this. Because we are 3 hours in.
Ewo, ewo! Ewow! Ewo, 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 ewo!
Ewo.
Ewo, ewo! Ewo!
What are they saying?
Hell if I know.
Ewo! Ewo, ewo!
Ewo.
Ewo!
Look at them communicating.
Dad.
What? What the fuck was that?
My son.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What the fuck was that? A small pebble slides down the stony cheeks of King. I've got no idea what they just said, but it's making me all emotion. No, I need that voice back.
Well, I vibe with these
No. You're bringing me back that voice. I'm so
you'll
confused.
stop trying to kill us?
Temporary truce until you leave our realm. Word. On one condition.
Let's hear it.
The Reapers exiled upon your departure. If the she-devil ever shows her ghastly mug to us hopping and bopping rocks, the deal will be void, bro.
Hold up! I object! Works for me.
Very well. It has been decreed. Riley.
Does that mean that we're bringing back Val as well?
Yay!
Are we bringing back Val?
Oh. I knew you could do it! Huh? I knew you knew I could do it.
And I knew you could do it.
Oh my god, stop. I pick Zion up and spin her around as the rocks around us cheer.
This is bullshit. No way that's all it took. Just some awful kindergarten rap?
It's the freshest thing this side of the Colorado.
Val really did get kicked out of her own valley. Like, that's rough, man. What the fuck is this?
I can't believe it.
I am grateful to have met you, Big Rock Yellowstone. Perhaps we cannot shake hands, but I bid you the status of equal and a hearty howdy-ho!
Rest curse? No, Neki, no. No.
Howdy-o! Howdy-o! Howdy-o!
Not the dope AF! Get out of here! The stones all leave together, throwing and rolling in unison to the horizon to the sunset.
Goodbye! I'll never forget you! Unless I do! But goodbye anyway!
She's real for that one.
Just look at him, frolicking through the harsh desert sands. Ain't it a thing of beauty?
It is. It really is.
Hey, sunshine. I got something for you.
Ooh, a present?
Whack.
Ow!
That's for exiling me from my ancestral homeland, you big idiot!
What? It was a good deal. I'm sorry.
Val gives a big sigh.
But I gotta hand it to you. You handled that cleaner than I would've.
You really think so?
Yeah. And don't make me say it again.
She looks down and shuffles her feet. For someone who's so usually rowdy and loud, she almost looks delicate right now.
So, I think we might have gotten off on the wrong foot. And I ain't saying it's my fault. Just that demigods sometimes don't sweat the small stuff. And,
Yeah?
They could have just agreed to not. Yeah, no, they absolutely could have.
well, I guess what I'm saying is... I'm sorry for being a pain in the ass. And stuff.
Aw, Val. Ever since last night, I thought you were bad news. Bogus. That might be a teeny bit true, but you're actually pretty neat. So maybe you ain't no sheriff. But you know what? You're my favorite deputy.
You're my favorite deputy.
We good then?
Yeah, we Gucci. Now bring it in, partner.
Nope, no hug. I don't hug.
Oh my god.
Of course you hug.
Grab her.
Darn Skippy. If you're gonna be bunking with us, you gotta learn how to be a grade A hugger.
Wait, what?
I mean, where else you gonna go? Can't just stay here. That'll void the truce.
Do we have room in the cabin, though?
She can sleep on the floor with you and me.
Ewo.
Dwayne hops on my shoulder. His weight crushes me and I almost fall to the ground. That's okay though. It might bruise later, but he just wants to join in on the love.
You come with us too, Dwayne.
Don't get used to it. I'm only sticking around until the mess you caused blows over. Then I'm out. You got that?
Yeah. Whatever you say, Miss Demigod.
New pup, no one can replace pup. We pull her into a hug and she groans the whole way.
It's true. I am a demigod. I am.
We know you are, Miss Valley. We know you are.
Oh my god.
Ewo.
Okay, so that's resolved. So I think we're getting our resolution here for these two. It doesn't move. Not even a twitch.
The poor thing. Do you think it's...
Yosemite trails off and lets the silence imply the rest. I don't need to think about it though. One look is all I need. That thing's dead.
Find a stick. Try poking it or something.
I bend over, stumbling as I do. My entire field of vision spins and splits in two. 4 hands, 20 fingers, 2 rabbit corpses before finally merging into one image.
Can you drop the brooding for 5 seconds and say something?
It's been a quiet march since I chewed out Yosemite. We have a dynamic going on. She tries to make polite conversation about the sights, and I stay stone silent. Why didn't we just do this from the start?
Look at the marks on its back.
Its fur is warm, not from a departing trace of life, but simply from baking out in the sun. I roll it over and trace the deep red and purple gashes carved into its skin. Yosemite cringes and punctuates it with a groan for good measure.
I said to find a stick.
I've been touching dead things pretty much every day since I got here. It's not a big deal unless you're a germaphobe, though I still get that same shock to my system whenever I see a carcass. I hope that doesn't go away. There is value in that.
These are from the talons of a hawk. Must have gotten attacked by another bird and dropped it. Killed by the talons alone. If it didn't bleed out, then the impact would have definitely finished the job. Then it died for nothing. Not even for sustenance.
What an ignorant thing to say. Not unsurprising coming from the Empress of saying crap she can't back up though.
Well, Yosemite, I guess that just depends on your perspective.
I lay the sarcasm on extra thick. She has to know how wrong she is. Needs to know what I've gleaned in this past month. I've woken up. I get it now.
Enlighten me with your perspective, then. No, death is pointless. The grand majority of us are gonna kick it at some point. That tells me the point of living is to die. Hallelujah.
Insane. The silence between us is carried by the desert wind, and I realize something. I played right into her hands. That cackling witch got me. This is what she's wanted the whole time, to know me so she can criticize me.
Can you explain that further? No. Go to hell.
I drop my backpack on the dirt and sift through the biggest pocket. It has to be around here somewhere.
I've been nothing but upfront with you about who I am and the things I feel. Why won't you do the same for me? Even if it's only for the sake of putting me in my place.
Where is it? Don't tell me I left it in the cabin when I was skinning the other day.
The silent treatment again? I thought we moved past this. I would much prefer you screeching.
I unzip all the other pockets, pulling out journals and pens in case it slipped into a crevice. No luck.
Damn. What is so important that it's worth ignoring me over? My knife. I always knew it would end this way. Not today. I want its feet.
Huh?
The rabbits? Definitely not yours.
Why do you want its feet? In my head, I measure its size. It's about half the length of my arm, so probably under a year old. Leveret.
I guess I could fit it into my backpack.
This is just like Minecraft. Oh my god, Neki. Yosemite shifts nervously. I can hear the fabric of her shorts rubbing together.
I don't understand. Why can't you just leave it alone?
Specifically to make you uncomfortable.
It does make me uncomfortable.
I stare into the hare's lifeless button eyes, wide open in shock. It looks like the kind you see on plush toys.
You were always a sentimentalist. Maybe you acted tough, but you were mush when it came to animals. How did you go from that to displaying their corpses?
Take it you don't appreciate it then?
Frankly, it sickens me.
Why can't she stop poking around in my head? I told her to die in a fire and it didn't even faze her. Isn't there anything I can do that can get her to shut up? Maybe I've been overthinking it. If I tell her the truth, maybe that will be enough and she'll finally get it. When the reality stares her in the face like this rabbit is staring into the dirt, it'll make her sick. My hand shakes and I gag. I solve both problems by throwing my hands over my mouth and swallowing everything my body is trying to purge. My arms feel like dead weight, and despite walking through the sand every damn day, my legs wobble. Yet I can still scrape up enough strength to stand.
I'll tell you the same thing I told Yellowstone, since you girls are so curious. This dead rabbit, it has more power in its rotten carcass than I've ever had in 27 years.
I don't know why it never hit me that she's actually 27. She scoffs, almost laughs.
Power? The rodent is dead. There is no power there. It's empty. Perhaps there's some reverence for the life it lived in this place and the cosmic miracle it even did to begin with. Perhaps that notion is even sacred. But it's still empty. There's no energy residing in it. Certainly not enough for there to be any power.
Quit thinking so linearly, Yosemite.
Her eyes narrow as I throw the tired quote she spewed to me dozens of times right back in her smug face.
There is power, because I assign power to it. You're right. It's dead. But now that I've laid eyes on it, it has all the power over me it will ever need. Whether it's real or symbolic, I don't care. It doesn't matter.
What symbolic power could a rotting mass of meat ever have over you? What does it offer you aside from the aesthetics of a serial murdering freak?
Resolution.
I'm okay. Controversial. But hear me out. Eve, when she drops her voice like she has been in the last few lines, is kind of, you know what I'm saying? Because, like, I think her VA did an amazing job because I think she should keep talking like that. I like when there is the like slight danger and like, you know what I'm saying? Like I like I like what she's doing. I think she's cooking. Her voice this entire episode. Yeah, no, real. Homegirl is at her lowest point and probably dying, and you're just like, look. I just think that when she talks like that, so like I can fix her. I will fix her. I'm just gonna take her away. I'm sorry, Yosemite. The Eve is mine now. I know that I have spent the entire of this game being so head over heels for Jesse, but I think this episode is the one where I'm like, Eve. Again, I gag, and again, I swallow. My stomach is boiling.
Conclusion. Some courage. I can bottle it in me, because I need it.
all of it.
Your problematic, mentally ill, and alcoholic man character real, holding her like, yep, absolutely. She takes a step forward. My reflexes are dull and hazed, and I don't dodge. She clasps my hands. I tear myself away. She just does it again and holds on even tighter.
Courage for what? I promise I'm not trying to hurt you this time. All I want is to understand so I can help. Why is it so significant for you?
It's noble. Like finishing a task. It's the ending of hurt and resistance. And I'm just tired of resisting, you know?
Yosemite, for all of her own theatrics and claims of caring, can only manage to stare at me with worried confusion.
No. Maybe you don't.
I yank my hand away and keep it locked at my side so she can't grab it again.
All you do is resist. You're scared that what happened to Zion will happen to you. That's the only reason you ever did anything.
The nauseous feeling in my gut worms its way into my chest, and the entire sickening feeling blooms throughout my entire body. Please, let this be the end of the whole conversation.
I'll give you that.
She just can't stay quiet. Why can't she let me rest? Everything is a battle and I'm not even trying to fight.
There was a long time, longer than your worldly 27 years, where I did resist. I pushed back as hard as I could, just like you. I would fight so hard I would hurt others, sabotage myself, just like you.
The dry heaves are coming on. I try to muffle them, but they wheeze out.
But I don't feel the need anymore. It still hurts, but it doesn't bite at me anymore. I'm not scared. I can be grateful for the now, while understanding that the change will come. Because there was change in you. Even now, I still see it. Regardless of whatever aesthetic attempt at redemption or punishment you're trying to pull, you can't disguise yourself.
Oh, it's Ame! Thank you so much for the follow! It's Ame 20. Wait! I know you. 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 That is a familiar name because I followed you today. You are my art sibling. Hi. Welcome. How are you today? Welcome, welcome. How are you doing? How are things? Oh my god, I'm so excited. This is our first time talking. Hello. There is no holding it anymore. I have to let it go.
You hurt because you care. And I know you hurt. But I'm even more certain that you care.
Hello, August. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome. Yeah, art sibling. Heading to uni in a bit. Oh god. Oh no, rip. Yeah, no, if I remember correctly, yeah, no, I swear. If I can't hang, but happy to follow. I'm so glad that I finally, like, got to meet you. Cause, your art parents also, Shira. We have the same parent. So I was really excited when I saw that.
I see you, and I would be blind not to. Because you're the person that changed me.
I think you're also my older sibling for art parent, like, sibling situation. So making me feel like... Shira, I'm finding everybody and bringing them together. Let's go. Bile leaks out of my mouth. I spray liquid across the ground. Oh, I'm older. Let's go! Stop gathering them like Pokemons. No! Choke, gag, do it again. Yosemite's tearful war, face droops in shock. I collapse. Down on all fours, I purge my stomach of the slurry of morning cocktail. It mixes with the sand and makes pink mud. And you pop up on my feed when they mention you, love. Oh, thank you so much. I'm so glad you enjoyed my cover. I slump to my side and groan.
Oh my goodness. Eve, are you okay?
That's pink. She rushes over and I can feel her hovering over me.
If you needed to stop, you should have said something earlier.
Piss off.
Babe, she's dying.
This wasn't how it was supposed to go at all. Why is this happening?
Not that hard to figure out.
She does the math in her head, then glares at me. We're going on 6 hours since I threw that bottle I bought at her. Close to 24 hours since I've had a proper drink.
Amazing how your impulses always end up having consequences, isn't it?
Does she think I haven't heard that one before? Not just from her, but from everyone who thinks I don't consider my actions. I know. I want to care. I don't. Leave me alone.
If you have a problem with it, then leave.
Don't tempt me.
As the sweat trickles down my cheeks, I flash from cold to hot. Yosemite doesn't even know she's giving me what I've wanted all along. If I didn't feel like I was about to go off again and hurl on this rabbit's face, I'd laugh. Oh, hydrate. Okay. You know what? Alright, I'll drink to that. Now there's 3 big mouthfuls for you, Mama. So that you don't, like, beat my ass.
No, I mean it.
She brushes strands of hair out of my face. I grab her wrist.
Leave. I'm not asking.
Yosemite stares at me and breathes. She stands up.
And I'm not listening. Don't tell me what to do.
This is what I want. Deal with it.
If she has been blind drunk every day for an entire month, her liver must be collapsing in on itself at this point. Whenever I move, there's a rising feeling of dizziness, like the numb incoherence of the flu.
What you want sucks. Can you stand?
Like, she's absolutely just... If the sand turned pink, either she had a red-based cocktail or her body is actually starting to fuck up. Because, like, the heat with liver issues and, like, the hangover and everything, her body should be actually collapsing in on itself at this point. Because she wouldn't be drinking a lot of water in this time. So minimal water, probably not a lot of food in her person. Just alcohol. It's been a month period of time. She's not.
For you.
I can't. Not even if I wanted to. This isn't the first time I've hacked my guts out. Recently, when the nights have been bad, I would crawl to the corner of the shack and just let it all out before passing out. Death would scold me in the morning, but the mess would be cleaned up and I would always be back in my sleeping bag. But now, there is no corner to crawl into. Just the wide open desert and Yosemite peering down at me. It's more claustrophobic than an old broken down hut could ever be. Are you sure she's been drinking every day for an entire month? I would pray that she hasn't been, but I'm not feeling optimistic on it.
I suppose we don't have a choice then.
What's that supposed to mean?
Sick of having to stare this dead rabbit directly in the face, I roll out of the fetal position and try to at least sit up.
We still have to get to the peak. If you can't walk, then I'll just do what I've always done and carry you.
What?
On my back.
You're more deluded than I thought if you think I'd actually let you.
She sighs.
I suppose we'll just keep doing things the hard way then.
Pick her up!
We're barely halfway up this trail. If you think you're gonna haul...
Yosemite grabs my arms and yanks me onto my ass.
Ow! You're hurting me! Boo-hoo. It's no worse than what you've already done to yourself. Cut it out!
I squirm and buck as she wrestles me to my feet, swat her in the face once or twice.
This is for your own good.
But for once, she has more strength than me. The only time the overgrown tree's height advantage has made a difference, like she's expending all the piss and vinegar she usually saves for arguing. Whenever I fail to tear myself away, I take a few more breaths. My hands flop wildly and slap her nose, and I gag. Puppeteering my limp noodle arms becomes exhausting. I can't stop resisting. Even if my body stops working and my voice goes hoarse, I can't let her do this to me. The idea of this, all of this, going on for another day makes me want to scream. And because that's all that's left I can control, I do.
I hate you! That cabin was the worst thing to ever happen to me! Stop it! No! No!
Yosemite takes slow, plodding steps up the trail, hunched over like a hermit. I refuse to hold onto her shoulders, even as she keeps me hoisted up on her back.
6 miles. You know, you can't do this for 6 miles, right?
She doesn't dignify me with a response. Looks like I'm on the other end of this now.
Come on, Yosemite! We both know you don't have the stamina for this. Just put me down, alright? You're real virtuous, I get it!
I rise as she breathes in shovels of air and fall as she blows it out like a steam engine. The rustic orange of the midday sky mixes with the grays of the rocky trail. My head spins, blurring the colors together. Green pine trees, the first I've seen in ages, guards the sides of the cliff. Their mangled branches twist and reach for the sky in prayer. It all makes me dizzier. When I shut my eyes, I get a whiff of sweet mahogany. It makes me want to hurl all over again. But I don't think I have anything left to chuck up.
Yosemite.
Breathe in, breathe out. Rise and fall.
Yosemite!
This time she answers. Kind of. She grunts.
I'm gonna puke again.
I try to imitate the sound of gagging by tightening my throat. My voice rasps. It's a good impression of the choking dog.
Yosemite, I'm gonna do it, Yosemite!
She just growls and keeps trudging along, one wobbling step at a time. Can't she see I'm suffering? Why is she doing this? Why can't she set me down and then ignore me? I squeeze out a pained groan.
Yosemite! I'm in so much pain! Yosemite! It hurts so much! I'm so scared!
Nothing. Does she not have a heart? What an arrogant tryhard. She pisses me off so much. I've known this for a while, but the lengths she'll go to make me more miserable than I already am. I hate it. I hate her. I hate Jessie. I hate anyone who has ever taken a chance on me. I hate that I keep trying to convince myself I actually believe that. I hate that I'm a screw-up. I hate that I routinely ruin the lives of myself and anyone unfortunate to get caught in my crosshairs. Even when I piss off to the middle of nowhere surrounded by landscapes I know will outlive me, and even then, not by much. Because there's the only place I feel safe. I still can't find peace. I hate that too. All I do is hate.
Let me go!
Time to struggle again. Struggle and toil. Summoning upon my empty reservoir of strength, I try for a second wind and knee her in the back. When she doesn't budge, I pound her on the shoulders.
Don't you hear me? I said...
She elbows me in the gut. I blow chunks. My head rests on Yosemite's trembling shoulder. How many hours has she been at this now? With no watch or phone, I can only guess. The sun has dipped below the far-off mountain peaks. We lord over all of them, the highest of any living thing for miles. high up enough for me to shiver with every rustling of the wind despite every uncovered inch of my body burning a hot salamander pink. Patches of snow under the shade of trees still linger, even heading into the dog days of May. Alpine vibes. Yosemite's breathing has devolved into a steadily deflating hiss. Droplets from her waterfall hair intermingle with her sweat and mine. She's a shuffling heap of determination. Just another thing I already knew about her, but I never knew she could take it this far. What an amazing soul. These girls have something in them that makes them as human as me, and yet they have an endurance that can't be extinguished. Unlike me. If they're more than human, then I must be less than... Maybe I'm not even one at all. Yosemite's wheeze breaks into a gasp. It's the first change since the last one.
I think we're here.
She stops and twists her head around to confirm. It knocks my head off her shoulder.
Oh my god, we are here!
I expect her to drop me on my ass so she can run ahead to the promised land, but she powers through an exhaustion and keeps carrying me as we rush ahead. So I guess this is it then, huh? The portrait is in her line of sight. If the pebble is still in her stomach, then we should be able to go back now. Back to no catharsis and fighting against everything. It's so crowded. Thoughts that petrify me are constantly assaulting every waking moment I experience. There's no space for anything except paranoia or fear. I want to be away from that.
I wonder if we can see the lights from the general store.
I can't stand it.
Either.
I bite down on my lip to trap in the sob and bury my face in her back.
I wanna die. Please don't say things like that.
Well, what the fuck else is there?
I scream it right in her ear and I feel her finally buckling under my weight. When her shoulders slump, I slide down her back and stumble for balance.
All I am is miserable. And all I know is that I shouldn't be.
Then stop living in contradiction and do something!
She's still out of breath from the hike. All she can do after yelling is breathe. For a while, we stare at each other and gasp for air.
I could throw myself over this cliff. That'd be something. I could lay in traffic. I could have swerved the bus I took down here into a ditch. Hell, I could have quit my stupid job years ago. But let's be realistic, because you and me both know I wouldn't be happy doing anything. There's an entire universe of things I could be doing, but I don't.
Why not?
She steps closer to me. Rocks fall off the face of the mountain.
Those are just choices, aren't they?
Another step closer, her voice breaks. Confusion is etched so deeply into her face there are wrinkles.
Why can't you just choose one of them and commit?
Her face is up against mine, and seeing my distorted reflection in her eyes is enough to scare the shit out of me. My tears drip out faster. I back away.
It's not that easy.
My heels click against a rock.
And letting yourself rot while you're still alive is. That's as much of a choice as anything else.
It's not! It's my only choice!
Why do you think that? Tell me!
I inhale to respond. Then I can't stop inhaling. My chest clenches. My lungs want to burst. I gasp, continuously gasping. No air. No release. No catharsis. All I can feel is decay. All I can see for myself is decay. Never-ending, eternal, not even the release of dying.
Can't breathe. Can't breathe.
Yosemite doesn't buy it at first, her nose scrunching in a sneer. Then my next gasp rattles.
Oh god. Okay. Just breathe, alright? It's okay, it's okay. Let's sit you down.
The panic in her voice tells me it's not okay, that I'm not okay, and that none of this will ever in fact be okay. Always. It's the exact opposite of whatever anyone wants to see from me. There's no strength in me to fight back, no matter how much I want to. Just Yosemite's firm grip on my shoulders as she lowers me onto the rock.
Just breathe. Breathe.
The air whistles through her nostrils. She holds it. Finally, there's a release. Her breath brushes against my face.
Come on. Do it with me. In. Out. In. Out.
She repeats herself to the point of insanity, each time taking in that fresh mountain air and releasing it back into the world. In and out. In and out. My throat loosens. What is happening? The squeezing in my chest heightens to a pulse before releasing completely. In and out. Whips of cold air stab through my clogged nasal passages and filter through my body. It flows through every muscle, every organ, like a river rushing over and between every rock. In and out. I still wheeze as the air passes through me. But it's manageable now. There's no fear of suffocation. Yosemite brushes her fingers through my clumped hair. I don't know when it happened, but I'm leaning against her now.
I'm terrified. Why can't I choose? Because every time I make a choice, there's a consequence. Even back in the cabin, at a place where I was as removed as possible from causing trouble, the little things still added up.
All I can picture in my head is Pup, his smiling, panting face. Only now it's alongside those cursed Polaroids. Parents that are screaming and crying, blood on the trunk of a tree. My mental image of that little coyote is now forever warped, and I will never get my old perspective back. That girl will never get her life back. No counting mouth problems on her fingers, or freedom from the nagging anxiety of wondering whether or not someone is staring at her hand or not.
Consequences all around. But if I just let go of all of it, offer up my control, and the dice can fall wherever they want.
Amen, Jin.
I won't be the one who casts them.
That's a rat. Amen, Jin.
Consequences are your decisions following up, Eve. What you put in this world is what you get out of it. That's all there is to it.
Makes sense. I haven't put anything into the world except my own bullshit. All I've done is blame people for the bigger problems out there. Told them it wasn't my place to teach them, while insisting it was still their fault. What good did that do? Punching someone's lights out for graffiti isn't going to stop anything. It won't stop evil and powerful people. It's not going to do anything except making everyone involved more jaded. But there's lots of ways you can teach people, if you're willing to expend the energy.
The idea itself is exciting, even. Yet when I look at Yosemite, patiently listening with a soft smile, I'm not sure I have what it takes. She drove 500 miles just to see me, and then carried me up a mountain on her back. I wouldn't be able to do that.
Maybe I could have done that. But by the time I realized it, my own problems were slapping me in the face.
Yosemite doesn't answer. She doesn't snuck off or come at me with a quippy argument. We sit there and look ahead. I'm still leaning against her. Even with how worked up I am, being like this at least calms me down a little. The brim of her hat is wide enough to shade us both as I squeeze in. Always looked goofy on me, but she can pull it off. The last streak of orange has evaporated from the sky. Vague impressions of stars begin to peek out from the blue, dull specks that will only get brighter. The further down the mountain my eyes descend, the smaller the hills become until they're simple dunes. Then it flattens into checkerboard sand. I can only see so far until the whole vista disappears into the oncoming night.
It's not too late if that's what you think.
I can't help but chuckle. It's not even cynical, because I know she believes that.
Look at me. It's too late.
All I see is a stubborn woman who needs a shower.
Look at what I've done.
Held yourself accountable. Thought about your actions. Mistakes aren't an excuse for stasis. They're an incentive to be better, even if it takes the rest of your life. So why not be better? Why not take the opportunity to wheel yourself forward?
A wheel can spin in place.
Nonsense. If I can do it, so can you.
I'm not like you.
It hurts to say, because I so desperately want to tear down these walls between me and her and everyone. But instead, I have the compulsion to build them. 6 sides, no door, buried 6 feet down.
Believe me, I wish I were. You're fearless. Always looking for answers. And when it's hard or inconvenient, you don't change the question. You just change yourself. Me? I'm a coward.
If I am truly any of those things, it's because of you.
Her words are certain, but once they're out there, her face is anything but. All of the confidence drains from her until she's pale.
Because of you.
She repeats it anyway, because Yosemite is everything I said she was and more. If there was ever anything she could say to get me close to smiling right now, that would be it.
You can tell me that, and you can even believe it. That's not the reality I'm living in.
You don't get it, do you?
There's the old Yosemite, harsh and ready to tell me why I'm wrong.
Can you comprehend how many decades I spent spinning my own wheels? Maybe I was changing on the outside, but within myself I was rotting. The knowledge I was seeking wasn't so I could change. It was to soothe me. More and more, the things I felt precious were being forgotten. All I could do was
This
cling
reminds
to
me
my
of a quote from
desperation.
Jonathan Decker that stuck
Even
with
today,
me.
there were
Guilt is
moments
only
where I
healthy
felt
if it
I was
serves a
facing
purpose.
down
If it
oblivion.
leads you to improve, do
But I
better.
held it in
If you
because
can't
I
change
know I
anything
didn't
about
need
what
to feel that
happened,
way
you
anymore.
need to let it go, because it can't do any good.
Guilt is only healthy if it serves. Huh. That is a really good quote. Holy shit. How long? Just hit me with the catch door. Real. How long is this final episode? I don't know. I did not look it up. Tears spill down her cheeks and drip onto her mouth. I don't know how she keeps it together long enough to get the words out. Hi, Wisteria. How are you today?
Yosemite, it's okay. I get it. You don't have to.
I'm gonna work in a sec.
No, you don't! I need to say this! You need to hear it! Because before you came into my life, that cabin was my purgatory. And it was you, Eve, who made it into a home.
Purgatory. A lump catches in my throat. I look around at the mess that's been made. The streaks of water on the floor, the tossed away gun, and the open cabinets. I take a look at the whole cabin, small and homey, but I still know what it's really for. It's a purgatory. A sanitarium to clean me of any lingering pride. This is my punishment, and if that's the case, then maybe it's not actually purgatory. Maybe it's actually hell. That's not how it was supposed to be. Being sent there was my punishment. Before I banished myself here, that's where I was supposed to be, so I could think until I withered and went numb. How can she say it was her purgatory too?
No. No. You're not gonna get one over on me. I know what the truth is. And this isn't the truth.
I cover my ears, shut my eyes, block it all out, hope that it's all just some sort of fever dream in the last fleeting moments of my life.
It's true to me!
I can still hear her. None of it goes away. Every day it's facing me.
You're the realest truth I've ever known.
It's not letting me screenshot. It's not letting me screenshot! Hey, Neki. Why won't it let me screenshot this game? Thank you, Neki.
Don't say that.
Oh, you got me.
What's so wrong about it? I want you to know.
Because I might actually start believing you.
God, what's happened to me? I never used to let myself get swept up by the sentiments of others like this. My feelings were always the deciding factor between right and wrong, truth and lies. Now I'm a crybaby, always snorting back big, embarrassing tears and snot.
Leave me then.
Maybe this is all just amusing to her, but her smile is so gentle, bright like a glowing crescent moon. I want to believe.
Believe me when I call you a cynical, posturing crank.
We both giggle, though you wouldn't know it with all the wet sniffling going on.
So please, believe me when I say I know you're only that way because you care. And I know how much it hurts to care. But caring is the first step and you're already there.
Can't say that. You can't know what's actually inside my heart.
That's what it all comes down to. Actions can leave positive impressions and be glowing, but intention can be wicked, narcissistic, and cruel. Intention can be arrogance playing at virtue.
No. Tell me what this is then.
Yosemite digs into the pocket of her shorts and unfolds a wrinkled piece of paper.
Hold on. When did you...
When your supervisor brought over the report sheets, he scolded me for taking federal property.
Yosemite scrambles to unfold the surveys. Her eyes scan across the paper, going from side to side as she reads from top to bottom. When she's done, her ears twitch and perk up.
Eve, this is positive. Glowing, even.
I'll take your word for it.
I forgot that she sounded so much more often like, whoa, that voice difference. Got my view of toxic Yuri going to recovering Yuri. Real. But Yosemite is ready for it. She laps that stuff up, flipping from page to page, devouring each one faster than I'm convinced she can actually read. She stops on one. A warm smile, untainted by her ego or usual sarcasm, spreads across her face. A flushed red crosses her cheeks, and her pebble-like freckles glitter beneath the red. It reminds me of a vivid sunset.
I'm keeping this one.
Those are official files that are technically property of the federal government.
That you ripped up.
And now this one is an official document for my records. Ha ha ha!
Ha ha ha! It's just bright enough out for me to be able to see it. It's crude, drawn with the purple pen I had on me at the time. A map of Tuolumne Meadows I drew from memory. Was for a solo hiker who needed directions from Tioga Pass to the Pacific Crest Trail. I took the liberty of jotting down some spots worth checking out, from Lambert Dome to the Cathedral Lakes. I hadn't even given it a second thought until now. It was just something I did on the back of one of those rate how we're doing sheets. Guess they must have turned it back in, just like that one Yellowstone jammed into Teddy.
It's just some crappy map I drew. What's so special about it?
It is crappy. You've no artistic skills whatsoever.
She hugs the paper like a child squeezing their prized stuffed animal.
But I love it. I haven't stopped carrying it with me since the day I first laid eyes on it. Do you know why?
I shake my head, my mouth too dry to even make noise. No sticks to my lips.
Because it shows me that you won't forget. That you'll remember.
She folds the map and puts it away.
So, when you say you're not like me, that's where you're wrong. You are me, in all the ways I know and feel.
Pressing on her knees for balance, she stands with a stretch and a groan.
Maybe it's egotistical to say, but knowing was what gave me the courage to move forward. All your anger and sentiment made manifest in me.
Yosemite is a giant, and all this time I've been standing in her shadow, looking up. The trademark sharp glare has faded, and all that's left is a gentle gaze.
That's how I know you care.
She bends down over and closes the height gap.
And that's why I love you.
Oh, no. Yosemite takes her hat and plants it on my head, then plants a kiss on my forehead. Kisses me on the forehead. It's a soft peck, but it hits with the impact of a paradigm shift. The longer she holds it, the more sensitive the center of my forehead becomes. I have never been so hyper aware of it in my life. Like when one side of a pair of headphones breaks and all you can do is listen out of the other. She breaks away, and I feel a wet mark. Yosemite holds back a laugh and points.
It looks like a third eye.
Don't say something stupid like that after kissing me!
I wipe my forehead and hide underneath the brim of my hat. If I could, I would tunnel inside of it entirely.
Me? You weren't saying anything at all. Someone had to offer some levity.
You call that levity? Oh, I'm even more nervous.
Sounds like a you problem. Have you tried stealing your confidence?
Overgrown tree, you're the most entitled and selfish person I've ever met.
Is that the best you've got? You've called me worse. Today, even.
He really skill-dished her.
Well, I didn't mean any of that, but I mean it this time.
So you're feckless, too. Not as if I didn't know, but
Oh!
try committing to something for once in your life, Ranger.
I actually know what feckless means. This is like the one time where they like threw a like fucking curveball fucking word ass out of here, and I'm like, I know that one, and then I'm like, I only know that because of a fucking Alpha Rad video, and then like that's worse. That's worse that I only know that word because of a fucking Alpha Rad video. But like based because Alpha Rad's amazing. But to be feckless is to be like lacking initiative or like courage. So it's like a worthless fucking person. So if you're feckless, you have no like initiative. That's insane. I love that. You want to call myself? No! Neki, no! No! I am losing my mind that I actually knew that one too. Like, haha, let's fucking go. And I only know this because someone tricked Alpha Rad into like naming his Yampa Feckless, and then he typed it up after doing it and was like, what does Feckless even mean? And then he read it out and then he renamed it to Feckful because he was like, no, I will not do that. And I hate that the entire reason I know that word is because of that fucking thing. Like, I am outing myself as an Alpha Rad watcher right now, but like, I know that word. I'm burning from sunburn and otherwise. Yosemite can act all smug, but she's just as pink.
Perhaps you could commit to coming home.
The theatrics die. Following the pattern of the last month I've spent here, I'm left to think in the stillness of a cold desert night. Except this time, I'm not doing it alone.
You're still on that? After everything, you still want me back?
She's in love with you.
Want is a very generous...
Shut up. She stops herself and drops the shtick.
I do. Of course I do.
Such a stupid question. She said she loves me, for God's sake. There's no denying it. Whatever we are, Yosemite and I go beyond simply being competitive hens to each other. We see each other how we need to be seen. My hands tremble. The rancid taste of my stomach acid still lingers in my mouth. If we go through with this, I'm not sure either of us are prepared for the pain in store.
The next few days are gonna suck, you know?
I show her the tremors quaking through my hand.
It might not be much better than today.
We've already seen the worst of each other, haven't we? I have no doubt this will be just as exhausting. But we'll deal with it together.
She makes it sound simple. It's not going to be, but she'll be there.
Alright.
I try to smile without sobbing.
Let's go then.
I stand, and before I can do it to her myself, she scoops me into a hug.
Welcome
home. I clench my teeth, steel my face, and still manage to shed a few tears.
Be home.
Home is in her arms. I'm gonna go insane. My hat scruffs against her chin. I look up to get it out of her face, and so I can stare at her handsome features, squeezing just a little harder as I do. I like that they use the word handsome. You know what? That's Sir-based. Thank you. Thank you. I love that. Oh, that scratched the brain so well. Thank you. She is handsome. Thank you. The writing team, thank you. She is handsome. Oh, I'm so happy with that, actually.
What are we waiting for? We can leave from here, right?
About that.
She lets me go, her ears flatten guiltily.
The pebble was a decoy that I found in the parking lot. I did it to trick you. The real one is right here.
Oh! Incredible. What? Oh, I love that. That's immaculate. And how did she... Okay, so the first one was a fake one. God bless. She just ate a fucking pebble. She holds one of Death's pebble bullets between her fingers and thumb.
This entire time.
We could have gone back, yes. I fibbed.
She fibbed.
For a good cause, though.
I can't believe it.
You'll forgive me, right?
She did it so naturally, too.
You're such a bitch.
Realization strikes.
How the hell am I in love with you, too?
Thank you. Ah! I need to stop touching this pen. You're hearing my excitement. Zion rests a bouquet of flowers on top of the plot of dirt. Lilies, lupines, dandelions, and larkspurs. She picked them all herself. It would make for a serene photo, lying beneath the sturdy cross I tied together using fallen branches.
You were a good boy. Playing with you was always a lot of fun.
Oh, you're gonna break my heart. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. This is exactly why I'm gonna have a heartache.
I'm sorry I never gave you one of my veggie omelets. I don't think you would have liked it very much, though. Next time.
Her voice squeaks, but the brave little angel manages to choke back the tears.
Next time, I hope you have a mama and that things are easier for
Hmm. She spins around and runs into Yellowstone's embrace, who is decidedly not holding it together.
That was beautiful!
A geyser erupts from her head and splashes down on all of us. Her wails scare away the birds in the tree above her.
Ah, quit your crying. I can't even sense anything dead in that grave.
Put an egg in your shoe and beat it, Val. It ain't about that. It's about everyone's feelers.
Wait, why can she not sense anything dead?
Ewo, ewo.
You lot have a weird way of showing them then.
Death goes back to fiddling with her gun as she leans against a distant tree. Dwayne, balancing on Yellowstone's shoulder like a parrot, snuggles against her cheek. They're both staying with us at the cabin now. Yellowstone's idea. Of course it was. Yosemite wasn't thrilled, but I had already gotten used to her when I was in Death Valley, so it wasn't too much of an adjustment for me. God, she's so fucking hot! It's getting a little cramped in that try-hard cowboy can't keep herself from shooting at every single thing that moves. But it's not much crazier than anything else that goes on in that cabin. Just one of those things we'll all have to get used to.
This was a nice thing you did here. Really? I thought it was kind of selfish. Did it more for myself than anything.
Quit acting like you're tall enough to sell yourself short.
I don't, but, it's real easy to make Yosemite blush these days. Feels good to finally have one over on her.
Want to say a few words, Evo? You and Puppers were pretty tight.
Should I? It almost doesn't feel right. After all, I was the one who... Yosemite squeezes my hand.
Go ahead.
It's a small gesture, but it gives me the courage to continue. That's all she seems to be doing lately. When I was squirming in bed, sweating out all the junk, she never left my side once. She had plenty of criticism to offer while stationed at the bedside, though. What else could I want? With a steadying breath, I stepped towards the memorial. Death is right. There's nothing buried here. I left him at the tree. It felt right at the time. Leave him to the elements so his decay could nourish the soil and other animals. The antithesis to keep him cooped up in the cabin.
Hey, buddy.
I take a knee and stare at my handiwork. It doesn't really feel like I'm talking to him.
I hope you like the place I picked out.
It feels so weird to go through the motions of a grieving ritual like this, only saying these things because they're expected of me.
Lots of rabbits come through this clearing, so it...
My voice trails off. Songbirds fill in the silence. The deeper we get into spring, the lusher it gets. More of them there seem to be fluttering around.
Girls, I don't think I can do this.
Oh no, you sit right there and get it off your chest.
That's right. You'll feel brand spanking new afterwards.
If I can do it, then so can you, Miss Eve.
Ewo, ewo.
When's the picnic happening? I was told I'd get grub if I tagged along.
Val, please!
Valley, please show a little tact.
Yosemite rests her hand on my shoulder and smiles. It's all the reassurance I need. With one last sigh, I start talking.
I'm sorry things turned out this way. Guess I already told you as much. Really was all my fault. In a world that's perfect, the same one where I'm perfect, I would have never let you in that cabin. Probably never would have even been there to begin with. That's not how things shook out. Maybe that's fine, or maybe I don't have the right to say that. Doesn't matter anymore. Because I'm gonna make 1,000, 10,000 more mistakes. Just as severe and hurtful as the ones I've made so far. That's okay, though. I'm gonna learn from each and every one of those mistakes. Because they're all just spokes on my wheel. Can't stop it. So may as well push forward. That way, when my time is up, and I'm rotting right alongside you, I won't have died perfect, but I'll have been a little better than I would have been otherwise.
I pat down on the soil and let it squeeze through my fingers.
It's a little purple, but I guess I'll accept it.
You're a little irritating, but I guess I'll accept you.
Ah, yes. I know you are, but what am I? A very mature and articulate classic.
I stand onto my tippy toes and stretch until I can match her height.
Learn from the best.
We clunk foreheads and snuggle them together. Her eyelashes brush against mine and tickle my face.
Quite the tree hugger, are we?
Oh my god.
What can I say? I've always loved our parks.
She pulls the brim of my hat over my face. While I'm stunned, she takes my hand.
Your sweet nothings are just that. Nothing. Now don't look at me. Now then, how about that picnic?
Ugh, finally. We're starting to gag.
The sky is so clear. It really is the perfect day for one.
You said it. Best believe the spread I whipped up for today is gonna knock all your socks off.
Yosemite pulls me by the hand, leading me towards the picnic, towards more nonsense arguments, more mysteries and discoveries, beautiful sights and vistas, more sunsets. I want to see them, because I do love these parks. That's my truth. I love Death Valley, Zion, Yellowstone, Yosemite. I love the diversity of colors and life. Mountains higher than I could ever dare to climb. Smaller ravines just waiting to be discovered by those adventurous enough to veer off the beaten paths. Hopefully not too far though. Cold winters in the forest, blistering summers in the desert. I love all of it, and I'm here because I love it. There's still so much hate in me. I don't think all the growths in the world will ever truly soothe me. There will always be encounters with uncaring ignorance that will infuriate me. And I'm sure that for a time I'll believe that the anger is all there is. But for now, at least, I know it's not. There's more. Oh my god, there is so much more. My wish is for people to appreciate the wonders they've been blessed with. Understand that it's not just a resource or a trendy vacation spot or numbers on an ever-growing and an insatiable bottom line. But it's medicine. That if they take their time to come out here and listen to themselves and the things around them, they can tune into something much greater than themselves and their troubles. They can connect. They can heal. I don't know. Maybe I'm coping, and maybe people will always choose to suffer, to bathe in their hurt and drown others with them, until there's nobody and the sun burns itself out. Yeah, maybe. But as long as I'm here, I can be a gentle guide. I can help and show people that there's another way. Anyone can, as long as they make the conscious choice to love. Eventually, though, the inevitable happens. Everything is forgotten. Nothing is remembered or protected forever. I'll learn to make my peace with that, somehow. Dwelling on it does nothing. Instead, I'll take one step forward and look around, see where I'm at. With a little effort, I can cut through the fog and focus on what matters. The people I'm with. The experiences and feelings we share. They're invisible, but they're tangible and real. I can smile at them, and somehow that will be enough. They'll know I care. Even on the days where all I want to do is die. Especially on those days. After all, why build hell when you already live in heaven? Where are the credits? I need to somehow get Perms to cover this. I love this song. I know this song already. Oopsies. Ask. I was already very lucky to get perms for someone someday. I don't know if I want to be like ambitious enough to ask for another perm. Like that's oh, Argus, thank you so much for the follower. Perm as in short for perm. Yeah, so perms is like getting perms to cover a song. So like being able to be like, hey, is it okay if I get the backing track so that I can cover this song? Yeah, no, like I was very lucky with Please Be Happy. I don't think I can pull it off a second time, y'all. Oh, it continues.
Guess who?
What? Guys, be calm, be calm, be calm. Love the accent. Thank you so much.
Come on, open up. I brought some jerky for you.
Oh my god, she's here.
Okay. I'm letting myself in then. Don't get snippy with me now.
Oh, I've missed you so much.
Huh. Guess she isn't here right now. Well, looks like all her things have been moved back in, though.
I love you so much.
Oh well, that's fine. There will be plenty of other opportunities. Phew. It's a little stuffy in here. Guess spring has finally sprung, huh?
Yeah, wait, the images are different in the background.
Maybe I'll just go ahead and open up the window for her. If she gets cranky, she was already going to anyway. What are these? Eve, don't tell me you took a painting while you were away.
What's going on there?
Well, I guess she'll tell me about it eventually.
What does that mean? What does that mean? Studio, what does that mean? Studio, what the fuck does that mean? those are definitely other parks, right? Like, we all agree those are other parks. Why do they have other... That has to be. Because they look like nothing like the ones that we've seen, right? That's very different ones. Glacia, Joshua Tree. That's... What are you hinting at? I mean, thank you for giving me the love of my life again. I was feeling a little bit sad that we didn't see her. So thank you. And, like, thank you for bringing her back. But, like, what does this mean? Are we getting more? Are you, is this DLC baiting? Because, like, I'm all for it. I am so invested in this, actually. Huh. 'Cause yeah, like, that's that's lava. Like, what? Just some pictures to replace our older ones. I'm so curious. Huh. Look at them. Nice. Nope, I clicked. Where is it? Okay. It doesn't have a one where it's just like, oh my god. She looks amazing, actually. Hehehehe. Man. I'm so sad it's over, actually. Like, that's the game. It was... It's Hawaii volcanoes. Oh, okay. What are you doing for next Wednesday? So because of the fact that obviously the game that I am dying for is not releasing in time, I have a different game ready for next Wednesday, which will be dropped the second that I have my hands on a particular game that we all know I'm going to have my hands on very, very quickly. But we have Without a Voice is going to be the next one. Because I am very, very invested in how pretty one of the characters look. So I wanted to give that a try. And then obviously, you know, there's a more dark and depressing Yuri. Let's go. Let's go. Bring it on. And then obviously after the one that everyone knows that I am like grabbing hold of at the end of this month, which I have to then wait until the following Wednesday to play, and that is how much I adore you guys that I am willing to wait because I am so excited. After that, we've got like other ones, obviously, like Highway Blossoms. I need to play that. But for now, Without a Voice, I'm gonna start, and then I'll have to pick it up again afterwards, obviously, if I, because you know. But like, man, I'm so excited. Oh, I'm so ready. Oh, look at them. Wait, these are all gorgeous. Apple. My beloved. She's beautiful, actually. Okay, but like, can we just acknowledge that this game is fucking incredible? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it just holds, oh, this is everything to me. Holding it like, yep, this, I'm putting this in my pocket, I am keeping this for later. There has not been one single moment where this game has not had me by the damn throat. It is my second favorite visual novel, officially. Like, nothing can, like, it is, you know, I'm like, I'm having a lot of feelings right now because I'm also still like internally suffocating over how emotional it got, because holy fucking shit. Like, what I really love about this is that it is not afraid to be so real with its feelings. Like the VAs, holy shit, the VAs, they are insane positive for the stuff that they have pulled off in this. And the writing, the fucking I was like, I shouldn't swear, but no, like, the fucking writing in this is so clean. Like, everything that has been done in this just is such a great story where it feels like you experience it like, oh, it's gonna get sad now. And you know it's gonna get sad. But then it's like, oh, I was not expecting that. And it's like, okay, I was expecting this, but then you've done this. And I like how they set the actual, like, characters through all of their stories. Like, I love how after the first one, where I was like, okay, well, we've had the fire, and then we have, like, the whole situation with Yellowstone. I love that I knew, okay, the next one is gonna be about Zion. Like, I like how there was this understanding and progress through it all. But I was not expecting what they did with Pup. I did not, like, they are so great at being able to be like, oh, I know what's happening, and then just completely going, actually, no, you don't. Like, when they first started the episode with Pup, like with the last episode, when they mentioned, like, Pup having those moodies, like, I knew that would become relevant. But to the degree and the weight that it happened, and how it just weighed over that entire thing, was insane. Like, that is still in my head rent-free, how, like, the writers did that. Because to have that in, like, that moment at the very start, that just feels like it's just bringing you in. It's just like, okay, we're just starting this chapter, or episode, I guess, in this case. And then to make it such an intense ending piece, it's so well done, because you've gone through all of this other stuff and you're like, okay, well, that's obviously everything. And then they're like, well, actually, no, do you remember that thing at the beginning? Yeah, well, get fucked. Like, that's insane. I love that. I love when writers can drop small things early on and then make it so relevant later. I love that subtle hinting. I think writers that can do stuff like that have their fucking skills down to a T. Like, they are dotting their I's, crossing their T's, full stops every sentence. Like, what, that is such a hard thing to pull off. Like, to be able to, it's Chekhov's gun. Yeah, it's Chekhov's Pup. Yeah, exactly. Chekhov's gun. It is the hinting of something and then making it relevant later. And it is so hard to pull off. Like, you wouldn't think it's hard, but to make it so that it still has that dramatic weight to it is not easy. And they did, like, I am so passionate about that in itself, because that's insane. It still is affecting me. Even through all of this, I am so affected. I just hit my fucking fan. Ow. Isn't that also foreshadowing? Yes, it is. But it's that a person picks up a gun at the beginning and it's going to become relevant later. Like, ugh, it's driving me insane. I love this game. I really love this game. Like, I love this game, guys. I have a lot of feelings about this game. I also love that they just literally said, I'm gonna drag Eve through every single emotion possible. And like, they were real for that. I think a main character deserves to be dragged through hell and back to appreciate the current, like, goods that they have. I keep touching my pen and I need to stop because I'm just... Man. I'm kind of sad that this is over. Like, there's no alternate, like... Holy shit. I'm also interested in the fact that they're, like, they didn't have, for the last two, their little, like, you know how they did those cute little, like, chibi talks? They didn't do it for the last two. And I'm very interested in what made them decide to not include them for those two. Is it because of the fact that the episodes were evolving to very more heavy topics that they decided that the, like, softness of those were no longer, like, because, like, it was, yeah, like, I guess it's more serious. Yeah, like, I'm wondering if that's the decision as to why they didn't bring it, like, through. Because it only happened for the first three. And then 4 and 5, they didn't do it. And I genuinely, and I say this with so much, like, appreciation, I'm glad they actually didn't continue it. That's that life isn't gonna give Eve an alt ending because she herself committed something, therefore giving her one. Yeah! And I love that they also did have that soft, like, acknowledgement of the situation that's gonna happen to them both. Because they are immortal ex-immortal. And, like, let me tell you, there is gonna be a time where they're gonna have to progress to a point where Eve's gone. Like, they've committed to the fact that they're gonna end in tragedy. Mortal X Immortal always ends in tragedy, and the fact that they kind of took that and acknowledged it in a soft way and then just moved from that is amazing. And I think that's... I'm so weak for Immortal X Immortal. I'm biased for it. You know me for real. Like, I appreciate that dynamic a lot, especially when it's written well. And honestly, that was written well. Like, ugh, you know what I mean? I need to stop rambling. Alright, we're gonna move to the chill screen. Hi, we're gonna keep the background music there because I'm fucking vibing with it. But yeah, this has been a longer stream for Women Wednesday for a while now. Like that they didn't straight up kiss on the lips. Yes, I like that too, because I feel like a kiss, like kiss, would have been too soon for them. I like that they kind of kept it to that. Yeah, like, it felt like if they had kissed, it wouldn't have been quite right for them. Because you can still feel that banter as they're trying to find their right dynamic in, like, up until the very end. Like, they are still finding themselves out. They're not a resolved pairing. That's for DLC. Exactly. Like, there's still so much that they need to grow and develop before, like, levels like that. And I love when a game or like a story or anything like that can like acknowledge that and go, well, no, we can't just speedrun and race this. They are developing at their right time. And you won't get that because obviously that's not for you guys to see. That's, we end it here. And it's nice. I like it. I genuinely like the fact that they didn't kiss. They're still in... Yeah, they're still cooking. There's, like, Eve has a lot of work to do. Eve has a long way to go. And as much as everyone is there to support her, she still has to work through a lot of stuff before I think she'd be, like, that kind of intimacy is the correct call. And I'm really appreciative that they kept to that and kept that realistic time. Eve's therapist is gonna have a time. Real. Please, Eve, go to fucking therapy. I'm begging you. Like, Go to therapy, girl. Get some help. It was CG where they were standing. Yeah. I just have... I keep... Oh. I keep rambling because, like... I'm just... I love good writing. Like, you guys know me. You know how much writing means to me. And, like, I will ramble about writing that I love, and I will ramble about like, I will talk about how much I hate a piece if I don't like it. But I know I have a bad habit of rambling when I really like something, and this is just scratching the itch so well. Like, it's so good. So I liked that even Yosemite, or at least a little bit more physical. Yeah, exactly. Like, they had the right level of, like, physical affection and intimacy that you would expect. Like, it's not a rush it to get it somewhere. It's them taking their right time. Because, like, one of them in particular is not a very physically affectionate person as well. Like, we know that Eve is not very, like, physically touched in all of this other way. And I like that they keep to that. And, like, sometimes relationships, you don't have very physically affectionate people. And I don't think Eve is one of those people. I could be wrong, but she just doesn't give vibes of being very clingy. So it's like the level that they've done is just like, ugh. You recognize good writing so you can write good fanfic? I don't write fanfiction. I am not a writer. I appreciate good writing because I like to consume good writing. Further down the line, figuring out the boundaries for intimacy. I think that I would love to see someone write. I'm like, maybe I should check out the tags in AO3, see if there's anything. Because, like, Jesus, I would love to see, like, things. I'm not gonna say what things. I would like to see things. But she can be one day. Exactly. And, like, for Eve, there is a lot of walls. And I have such a weakness for characters with such self-deprecating thought processes. I love just sitting down and breaking down a character into their thought processes. Like, I love the second guessing, their hesitation. I love that deep dive into how they feel and think. And, like, I have... I can't say certain things, but when there's, like, wait, I'm thinking how to word this. I appreciate and love the breakdown of being able to express a character and further, like, wait, I need to be careful with how I word this. It's not, like, because it's a bad reason, it's because I'm gonna fuck myself over so fucking fast with this one, for those of you who know. It's the being able to explore a character's internal monologue that I have such a deep love for when it's, like, self-deprecating, because there is so much that you can put a character through and develop them and get them through it, and I love when writers do that. I have such a love for being able to do that. Give me the Eve Yosemite hurt comfort fluff angst with happy ending self-loathing. OP wrote this at 1 AM after watching a stream. It's like some of my favorite pieces that I have bore witness to have very, like, this character is going through hell and they are trying to process and move on, but how can they move on when there's so much that's dragging them down until they start to actually process it in a healthy, natural manner around people that support and love them and want them to do better and keep pushing for that, like, improvement, that growth. Like, that is the stuff that I live for. The constant 2 step forwards, 1 step back, but you want to keep getting there, because why can't you be like everyone else? Why can't you feel this way that other people are feeling? Why do you want to die when everyone around you is so alive and living? Like, that shit just... ooh, delicious. I'm fucking shoving that in my mouth, living my best life. I love that shit. Like, you know? God. And Eve has that kind of, this is so ame kurone. Coded in ame kurone. Look, I'm not gonna lie, that's what I was thinking of for something. I was thinking it. It's the thought processing. But Eve has so much of that, and that's what I love. Because Eve has that, she gets that little bit forwards, and then something happens and brings her back, and honestly, that's the reality of life. Like, not going too much into everything, but like, y'all just witnessed me go through everything with my cat, right? With Cinder. And the second I had a chance to breathe, I had a family member hospitalized. A day, like literally Sunday, Cinder got out of emergency, went in Monday morning for the last kind of stuff, and got discharged. So she's back home with me. Monday night, family member hospitalized. I went through the process of that day feeling a lot like 2 steps forward, feeling a little bit better. And then something bad instantly happened. And I remember like talking to my housemate, and this is real like stuff, like this is me being honest. Normally I don't talk about this kind of stuff, but this is like, I guess like putting a point out. It's that I walked into my housemate and I was like, I regret saying that I was happy recently to some friends, because I said to some friends, I am the happiest I've ever been in my life. And then a few days later, Cinder had her problems, and then my family member was hospitalized, and it was that fear of like, I did that to myself because I acknowledged and I was happy, and I shouldn't have done that. And then I had to kind of sit there and be like, well, actually, no, that's not how that works. And then you have to push through that again, and it's that constant back and forth thing of, I want to be happy like everyone else is, but all this stuff happens and it pulls you back, and then you're going forwards again. And I really like when it's done well in writing, because it's so realistic and so real. And I love that, because when it's not done right, it's shit. To put it bluntly, if you do it wrong, it sucks. It's fucking stupid. It's needlessly cruel. It's stupid. It doesn't hold. This game does it, and it does it really well, and my brain itches at how well they kept having that moment with Eve where she was making small progresses and it just kept fucking around. And the acknowledgement of it too, like all those little things added up and caused a tragedy kind of thing in her brain, and like, that's amazing. You know? If you do it wrong, Mario will criticize you, right? Real. No, I promise I won't. I promise I will be nice. But no, it is a very special, like, I hold that so dear to me. And because of that, I get really fussy when I read or consume, like, any works with that. Because, like, obviously everyone writes it differently, and, like, it's not going to be the best, like, for your personal opinion, and what works for you isn't going to work for other people, but like, holds it dear, you know? And like, you need to balance angst with the like, okay, so my personal feeling is I don't like needlessly angst. I need that balance. It's like, okay, put them through hell, but they need that moment to breathe. I cannot enjoy media if there is not that moment to breathe. And this game gives you that moment to breathe. It gives you that chance to go, okay, we've handled a very heavy topic. We're going to take a second. We're going to breathe in, breathe out. You're going to get a little bit of a build up and a lot more warmth. And then we're going to come back to that. And you're going to go back and experience this pain. And you're going to experience a new pain. But you're going to have that moment. And even in like this one where it was a lot heavier, they had the Stearns, which was funny as fuck. Like, incredible. It was a great way to just breathe amongst the heaviness without deterring, because they still had an important story there. Like, I was dying inside at the fucking, like, the, you know, the whole thing, but, like, from a story writing perspective, incredible. That was absolutely needed, and I fucking love it. Oh, I'm so obsessed with this game. I'm sorry, I absolutely rambled a shit ton there, actually. Oh, no. Studio Elon writes really good games. Their writers are amazing. And they deserve the entire world, and I really love where they take everything that they write. If your heavy themes and serious plots and pain has no room to breathe, it'll just be suffering. Exactly! And, like, you know, there's, like, certain times where you really do need that breath, or else you're just gonna, you can't do anything. Right, as if you see this good shit. I don't think they're gonna be seeing this, but, like, yeah, right, as if you see this good fucking shit, man. Man, God, I have a lot of feelings, and I really am glad that I picked up this game. I'm so sad it's over. It's fine. God, I'm having feelings now. Alright, I need to stop rambling about this game. I've spoken so much about this. Just, oh, it's amazing. Nope, I'm gonna get started again. Okay. I don't know how to explain it, but the stone subplot was like a subtle alt progress to ease. Yeah, no, like, you're real for that. Because it was that, like, the whole thing of, oh, the prince, and then them actually talking, like, oh, he's not going with the flow that we want him to go with. He just wants to do this while we're all doing that. It's really good. Do you think you can finish without a voice in one stream? Probably not. I don't know how big of a game it is, actually. Maybe that's why the rocks were a big part of the finale act, because the other side was just going really dark and upsetting. See? Oh, it's tiny? Oh, okay. Mint, probably, hopefully. I mean, if it is only like 4 hours, easy, yeah, I'd do it in one stream. But, like, I like how they put the stones in. It was just strange how they linked it to Yellowstone. Not strange negative, but, like, strange funny. Like, I enjoyed it. I thought it was absolutely hilarious. I was in shock when the fucking prince dropped a normal voice out of nowhere. Like, where did he get that from? I don't know. But, like, he was real for that. Twofold is going to be the longest one, so I'm so excited for Twofold. I'm gonna go insane. Yeah, real! I was like, where did that come from? Do that again. But, okay. I need to stop rambling. Friday. Collab with Neki, Stardew Valley. It's gonna happen. Be there. I keep wanting to
say that this game was pretty groovy. You oi 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 wow wow ow oi I gay big rock.
Real. Friday collab. Yes, we're doing the collab with Neki. Also, streamer. Yes, also. I released a cover today. If you haven't heard it already, it is Daydream. It is a cover of Daydream. It was my first time learning and covering a JP song. Like, I started learning this song ages ago, and then I've learned a couple of other JP songs since, but I don't know them consistently enough. But I technically do know some other JP songs. But, like, this was my first time ever, you know, gestures. It's very important to me. It is a very special song to me. I showed that song to my therapist one day, so my therapist had to listen to Daydream. It was very funny, I'm not gonna lie. I love the song with every fiber of my being. It is so important to me. So if you could watch that, that would be incredible. It would be fantastic. I would appreciate it a lot because, you know, Shura's art was incredible. The mixer did amazing work as always. And then you hear my voice, ha 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 ha. You know, isn't that crazy? The link to the cover is in the pinned. And then also as well, there is still the not the challenge, I guess the goal for the Someone Someday cover to hit 888 views, so 888 views, and I will do a karaoke stream, which I know a lot of people are really excited about because it's over 700 views already, which is still incredible because that's in, I think, 2 months, if I remember correctly now, because I'm pretty sure it came out end of August. Time is a weird soup and I am only sliding around in it. But I am really grateful for that. That still surprises me every time because what the fuck, guys? I am so grateful. I've also realized I need to stop setting my goals because my goals for this Daydream cover was if it hits 88 views, then I'm done. I'm happy. That is me checked out. That's everything to me. And already, as you guys are beating, you're crushing it, and it's overwhelming. I get really emotional thinking about it, and I'm not gonna cry like I did last time with Someone Someday. You're not gonna see me cry. And then, there are a couple of other covers in the works. I will say there is one cover that is a duet that is in the works. I am doing a song with somebody else. I'm not going to tell you anything more than that. That I'm very excited for. Yeah, remind me to hit you with a chair if you ever say you're bad. To singing, am I right, guys? That's crazy. There is also... I'm thinking. I think that is everything. Yes, it is. Duet with Cinder, real. She's my best singing partner. For real, for real, for real. Okay, let's have a look at who we are going to raid today. Oh, instantly I know exactly who we're raiding. So I want to thank you all again for today. Thank you for being here for our final episode of this game. Auto-tune the screams. She would be the best with the auto-tune. Thank you for all of your support with the cover. If you can, like, retweet it. Repost. I can't remember what it's called. Share it with your friends. I really would love to see this do amazing rounds. I hope you guys love it as much as my Someone Someday cover because, you know, it was a big thing for me. Being able to do this song meant a lot to me. And I hope that you guys can love it just as much as I did. But before we get emotional, we're gonna raid Shura. So I'm gonna press the funny little button. And you know what we say at the end of every stream? Stay safe, make good choices, everyone. Thank you, good night. Bye!